Whole hog.
The entire hog.
Yep, as I post all my links. Right, so I feel like this song is appropriate. Oh god, why are we on this? Man, we're already off to a great start. Anywho,
Time for more Manderville.
some of y'all, were here. And I say that mostly because now we get to do a full recap, and I mean, you kind of already know Shadow, but yeah, we get to do a full recap of what is essentially was the end of basically my prologue.
Oh boy.
God, where do we begin with this thing? Yeah, so you guys had finally made it through the last leg of the dungeon, which was finding the last. Okay, this is getting way too energetic. And loud.
Gets even more energetic. All right, people.
Oh God. Oops.
Start losing your mind as you start shouting to the din of the music, talking about last week's campaign.
So let me tell you about last week's game.
Just way over enthusiastically.
Oh my God, what a nightmare.
Oh god.
Nightmare. So you guys were through the last leg of the dungeon. It was a teleporting maze made by one of the one of the eight mages, or the guardian spirits of this labyrinth. And she basically challenged you guys to finding her and the other three mages in the labyrinth and beating up their corporeal automata forms. To which you trudgingly made your way through magical teleporting doors and, more animated armors and all more animated enemies. And eventually you made your way through, and you were able to, one by one, find and defeat all of them. Including Kronos, who was the guy that the one of the previous ones had given warning of, just like, this guy's kind of strong, but you were able to wipe the floor with him very easily. After that, you guys were introduced to the. Oh, Jose, thank you for the follow. Hey, man. Um. Anyways, you guys were able to make it to the end, where you met with the Herald of the Age of Night himself, King Fjord, the Night King. And as Yasha was able to sort of discern, as he was very familiar with a lot of Vitten folklore and culture, King Fjord is a Vitten tyrant, which, to kind of summarize, Vitten have a lot of like mythological heroes. Tyrants are like tragic heroes, or like anti-heroes, or even heroes turned villain. Um, they're usually um, like stories with big important lessons that comes with it, or something tragic about it. Um, so you're able to you met with the real deal, the actual King Fjord, and you did battle with him. And by God, after all of your trudging through this painful dungeon and learning through the wisdoms of the sages, you were able to rightfully end him.
Became
um,
too wise.
yeah, you were able to just wreck his day and absolutely prove to him that you guys are ready to take on the terrors within the Night Prism, which was the unleashed darkness of 200 something years or so, locked away in this box. And so he gave you the key. And after that, the World Walker pretty much told you guys, all right, let's pop this bad boy open because we're running out of time. And no sooner did you guys do so, you were able to save off a dark, monstrous figure that nearly murdered Caiaphas where he stood. Um, and yeah, you saved him. And as the World Walker had warned you, um, yeah, there was impending doom, and quite literally, you guys averted it, or for the most part, bought time to prevent it for now. So Yeah, crisis kind of averted, but you know,
Kind of.
at the cost of relinquishing or releasing in the monsters of an ancient past, or the monsters and terrors of an ancient past, like sealed long, long ago. They all got out. You let them all out. After that, the World Walker basically booted you guys out of the dungeon, to which you awoke and met with none other than Jin, who has found you outside the door to the ancient ruins, which are now sealed. You cannot go back.
Yep.
Like the image that some specter
Oh.
dude was just like, all right, get out, and just kicks us out.
Get out.
Literally just kicks us in the ass.
Yeah, he pretty much just he did that thing Caiaphas did to you guys, where he just snapped his fingers and you were outside. Where it was with him, he snapped his fingers and you were no longer in the ancient ruins of Callustus.
Wizard things.
Wizard things. So you find yourselves kind of collectively sitting or laying down as if you had all fallen asleep on the spot outside the door. The box is in one of your guys' possession.
Mortarin.
Mortarin. It is in your possession. You have met with Jin, who gives you a rather cocky smile and tilts his head, and he's like, "Ah, finally! Didn't think you guys would be down here anymore, or I'd just, you know, find your bloated corpses at least." Well, what took you guys so long? And with that,
Oh, Derek got him like,
Too much.
I need a bat.
Poverty begins to growl.
No.
Much.
No.
Mm.
No poverty, no. Down. Down.
Let me bring up my boy Jin here. Ah, there he is.
Mortar just kind of ignored the question. It's just like, how long were we down there?
How long? Well, I guess you can't really tell time down here. I would say about a week.
Josh was confused. Visibly
Right.
confused.
Mortar just accepted, like, alright, yep, what happened above?
Well,
Did something happen?
a lot happened. Well, first of all, Gilbud owes me a lot of money because he said you guys were dead. So there's that. Oh, speaking of money, well, actually, bad news. How do I tell this thing? We didn't get paid. Well, I guess maybe not so much you. I don't know if you work for them, but I didn't get paid, which I'm not too happy about.
Josh will actually nod to this and go, "That's bad."
See, even the kid gets it.
Okay, why did you not get paid?
Your little wizard lady friend there decided that it was time to pack up and leave, and she upped and left us 4 days into this little waiting game. Yeah, so we're up Shit's Creek, so to say. But never you mind. I guess she talked with Roland and had a plan. The poor bastard. He's been doing everything to keep the peace up there. Even had to pay me, but you know, someone's got to keep my blade sharp. In any case, yeah, I'm pretty sure she betrayed us up there because a day after she walked off, the order showed up.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
word there.
A bunch of those flame-throwing freaks rolled up with some smug nuisance, and
I just realized that Mortar's the only one that's like, yes, this makes sense to him.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yep, the order's up above, and well, things got very hairy because, well, it was just really whatever mercenaries were left and a few guards that were taking care of the packing. After grand old Lady Ilma walked off on us, said she had something to do, and took practically like almost everybody that was ready and walked out of here. Went east and all. Weird. And not a less than a day after she left, knights just showed up, and that was fun. And well,
That ocean of bullshit.
after those knights showed up, we thought we were gonna have to fight our way through, but Roland said he had a plan, and that we needed to, well, we were hired, so to speak, to come get you guys. So, consider my job half done. All right. Go Jin. Just like very
Yeah.
happily flexes of victory.
Congratulations.
Yes, indeed. Now we're
Well,
gonna get you the hell out of here, because right now up above is a hellscape of dead knights and lizards. Because those lizard men showed up again. And this time there were
Well,
more of them.
I can't say I'm terribly sad that they fought the order.
Yeah, to hell with those tin can losers. In any case, hopefully they should have been driven out by now, but in case there aren't, I hope you guys are ready for some fighting. Awkward question, but, I know this is a bit weirdly inconvenienced, but you guys wouldn't have happened to have had that funny sword you used on me the last time, did you?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Jin kind of throws his head back, and you can clearly tell he's very disappointed at this. He's like,
He's like, fuck.
great, wonderful. This
Poverty
is
just grins.
This is great. All right. So fighting might not be a great idea. I know. I'm saying that. But even with that whole mess of lizards and knights fighting each other, there's still quite a big mess up there. And I don't know about you, but between Gilbud's broken robot and, well, just only a handful of us with no magic toy that you guys, whatever you guys were using, I don't exactly want to be fighting for several hours of, brainless lizards and half-brained knights. I already had to cut down 30 of the bastards just to get down here.
Knights or lizards?
And
I don't remember.
then what do you suggest we do then? We have to go back up there.
Well,
Do we? Is there another? We encountered lizards down here, didn't we?
hmm.
Yes.
They could not have come from where we came from.
Well, there is the alternate
There's-
route.
If there's more to these caves, then that might be a path out.
From that, Jin reaches into his coat and he produces a small device. And he said, he holds it up to you guys, and he says, Gilbud left me with a little this, and he said that just in case we didn't feel like fighting our way out, we could probably make ourselves an alternate route. All I just need to know is figuring out which direction is south, and we could probably get our way out. Probably. I don't know. Gilbud's things work half the time, so.
South.
South.
Anybody happen to know where south is?
If I was on the surface, maybe. This isn't exactly.
Doesn't one of the bags have a compass in it?
I do not know. Do one of them?
Wait, let me check.
If you guys take a Dungeoneer's pack, like one of them should make no. Oh, I guess
we don't
not.
have a Dungeoneer's pack.
See, back roll.
No, I think I took the adventurers back.
What do you mean by south exactly?
Well,
Cardinal south.
Cardinal.
If there's a weak spot in the wall somewhere or something?
Well, Gilbud didn't give me too much specifics, but according to this, from our position here, if we go south, we'll reach the ocean. And that's our ticket out of here.
Ocean. How far is ocean?
Not very far. But we're, up above is not exactly a pleasant view, I guess to say.
We'll fucking try to sniff out the ocean smell. Or like make a nature check to kind of attempt to discern the direction of south.
Very well. Oh, whoops! I didn't post this one here.
I will attempt.
Very well.
A 14.
14. You aren't quite able to get your bearings completely, but you feel like you kind of have an idea of where south may be. I would say you're probably like 60-70% confident, like positive you're in the direction, like you know your directions.
It's kind of hard down here, but I think south is this way.
Alright. In the
And he
direction
ju-
you point, you actually point almost directly away from the door. Almost opposite of the direction of the sealed door that you guys entered in from.
That would
I
be
have
quite.
no way to help determine, so.
Unless I have vision to the. Unless I'm outside, there's absolutely no way for me to tell, but I'm pretty sure this is as good as it gets.
Okay.
Unless we get closer to the outside or something, or I might be. Or Yasha can do wild child things and sniff around.
Hold on 1 second. I was forgetting one theme. This is the theme I wanted to play.
This is it, Luigi.
This is it, Luigi. Alright. Yeah. So, party what
well,
do?
I hope that little gadget does what it's supposed to. I mean, like, the only thing that can really help is probably help Yasha, but I don't know.
Alright.
Yeah.
What do you want to even go about that?
Yeah, I don't even know, like, or make my own, but then that might just get conflicting.
I mean, no harm,
Honestly,
no
I'm-
foul, guys. If we just get it wrong, it's just we'll just blame it on Cheesebeard's crappy device. He should have told us how to use it better, or build something better than this stupid thing.
Yasha asked Jin what the outside looked like.
That's my survival roll.
That's a pretty good
22.
survival.
Ooh,
Oh, I rolled a nature check, but yeah.
Oh, I was doing survival.
both are
That's a pretty
applicable. The
It'd
well,
be 21 for me if it was nature.
well, the outside was a fairly temperate forest. I mean, you know, the outside was kind of like a clearing from a forest, from the enchanted forest. And you know that not far by, there was some hills that led up to the mountains and the steppes, and of course, to the east is the marsh.
Yeah, which I want to get back to that because he said that Elma went east, and that's like, okay, I want to
Yeah.
I want to get back to if she went in the mountains or the swamp because
Yep, because as you know, that's where the lizards
As
are.
you know.
As you
yeah.
know. That's where the
First, I
lizards
wanna
are. And Ilma just
somewhere
literally
safe.
packed up and left east for the marshes.
We'll deal with that when we get out.
Yeah.
I think.
All right. You're able to confidently get your bearings, and with the assisted earlier success of what Yasha had kind of gauged, you're able to kind of fairly confidently guess that in the direction of which south is pointing, just being down here.
Must be this way.
Must be this way.
Give it a shot.
All right.
I
Well,
don't.
Jin kind of you give Jin the orders, and he just looks at you guys, shrugs, and then he just sticks the device up against the wall. There's a little button that lights up, and he just clicks it, and then the device just sprouts out spider-like hands that latch onto the rocks, and you hear an almost loud grinding sound as it just begins to obliterate the rock wall behind, like it's latched onto, and just carve up about a 4 foot wide and 4 foot long hole, and it just continues to burrow this like big hole just on and on and on.
Oh, then.
Oh,
How loud is this?
It is very loud. Like you have
Yeah.
you instinctively like cover your ears because it's just like ow.
Yasha is gawking in awe, but also that is very loud. Looks up nervously.
Someone might hear that or
Like-
feel it.
It's like the sound of like a buzzsaw going through metal, but like
Ugh.
the volume jacked up.
Oh,
Yeesh.
Yeah, as it just like just obliterates rock and earth and just carves out this perfectly neat hole. And even Jin is like he shudders and
What
he's
the
like,
fuck?
oh
Why
my.
is it so loud?
Yeah, he's just like cursing and just like angrily stomping like, ah, god damn it.
It's so loud.
Yep.
Yasha
Um,
looking up though, like, oh, they're
That's
gonna.
gonna give me a headache.
Everyone's gonna hear that.
Yeah. This thing goes on for a little while, and then eventually, it I mean, as it continues to drill away, it gets quieter and quieter, of course, because it's going.
Thank
This
God.
device is going further, and as it becomes a little more tolerable, Jin looks to you guys and sort of nudges you guys to get in, and he starts to climb through the tunnel.
Well,
Gooch through.
yep.
I'm gonna make sure
Go through the tunnel.
everyone else goes ahead of me. I'll take the tail end. If you
Yeah,
start getting
okay.
harassed, I'd prefer to be at the back.
Yasha will be second back.
Go in, squishies. Get
Yeah.
going.
You know what? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Mortarin will follow behind Jin, just mostly because he doesn't want poverty next to Jin.
Alright, that might be a fight.
They separate those two.
We-
They're gonna fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
might
a.
either pickpocket him or stab him in the
You
back.
see them get next to each other immediately. Social fight.
Yeah. It's like nope. Nope. I'm just gonna be in between.
Hear that fucking noise and everything. Just ba-doop.
Yep. Yeah, keep those two separate, because otherwise someone's gonna lose a finger or two.
God.
Poverty has had a mental break and is now going to go on.
Yeah,
a
that final
break
straw was
again.
next to Jin.
God, fucking Rimworld, man. Oh my goodness. Anyways, yeah, it's several minutes worth of walking through this like short, narrow, or not short, but this narrow tunnel. Until
You said it was like 4 feet tall, right?
it's a 4-foot
Yeah.
diameter.
I imagine.
4
I
foot
imagine
circle.
most of
We're
ours
all-
are some kind of crouch
We're
walking.
all
Yeah.
crouching.
You guys are not comfortably walking through this, but you are
No.
you are trudging through, and eventually you
Pretty
do
tight fit for
see
me.
you do hear the device getting louder as you hear it, like as the grinding kind of like making a rather different. It's louder, but it's not as painfully loud in your ears as you're getting closer to it, and you can kind of start to see cracks of light emanate through, and you can see the thing just like shuddering away and just peeling away at a large rock as it's just like trying to bust through this essentially this boulder that it's carving through, and eventually the boulder just breaks and just crumbles, along with the device itself too, as it sputters out and just pops and just breaks. And you are outside, rather close to the ocean. In fact, you see the waterfront, or you see the water.
Yasha will just will pocket the remains if no one does anything. By the way, he's just like, oh, takes it.
Yeah, I mean, Jin was gonna grab it, but like, if you take it, he's just like, yeah, I'm sure Gilbud's got like a dozen of those damn things.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Jin would just notice him like looking at it like, whoa. It's just like, yeah.
I was like,
I'm gonna take a moment to stretch my back out because oof.
Even Jin's just like, oh god, finally. Man,
Yep, that thing was definitely made by a dwarf.
how the hell did you guys even make it through a whole week of that crap? I couldn't stand the whole day.
Yeah, it's just like I feel.
Poverty takes
Now.
a deep breath in.
Now that we're
fresh
here.
air.
Yasha, who is walking on all fours, I feel pretty good.
Everyone just looks at Yasha.
Like, just I don't understand.
Yeah.
Just walk on all fours.
Yasha, perfectly fine. Everyone else, my back.
it's,
Yeah.
I like to think he was legitimately just crawling through it on all fours without a problem.
Perfect.
They're just like, he's like, dude, he looks like he does this a lot.
Yeah, we see
Lord.
him do it all the time.
Especially to that poor chicken ballista. Oh god, that poor thing
The
crawled on.
ballista.
Stuff.
The
He
poor
just
ballista.
scampered all over it. And he's like, ah.
Never stood a chance.
Nope. No, I did not.
In any case, yeah, you are now over by the ocean. Jin kind of like looks around and he's like, alright, let's see here. And he kind of inspects a bit the water area, and he's like, we go this way. And he points over to a formation of rocks that is jutting out into the water. And he says, right around there is where our ship is. He turns to
Okay.
you and he gives you his he gives you pretty much that trademark cocky smile, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, Roland and your boys also are waiting for you there."
Okay, that's
Okay.
I'm
good.
glad.
Not worried about them.
Yeah, personally, I would have been fine with you guys just staying down there or having to deal with the knights, but you know, that wouldn't be as fun.
I'm sure. Regardless, lead on.
Yep. Don't forget, I still would love a rematch.
I'm sure.
Rematch.
That'll have to
When
wait.
Oak comes along.
Mm.
This is not the time or place for this.
Yeah, job's a job.
Obstone.
You're lucky I had to kill 30 other idiots before I found you guys. In any
Sounds
case, he leads on. And
And
yep.
Mordorin is
Lead
still
and
going
follow.
to be. It's like tall plants to like very aggressive fish. If
Mhm.
Mordorin just make sure that Jin is not within line of sight of poverty, they won't fight.
Rudy is seething right now.
Jin is spotted.
Oh no.
Yasha be like to Lumine, yo, what is Mordorin doing? Why is he so close to Jin?
I don't even want to get into that right now.
In any
Alright,
case,
quit.
Not now, later.
Someone has to be the peacekeeper.
in any case, he leads you guys around the rocks, in which there is a nice little corralled small beach, and just as he mentions, there's a ship. Looks no different from the Wind Eater, the airship that Gilbud had attacked you guys in not long
Yep.
ago. Except of course, this one sits on the water. And rather than big airship devices, this one has like proper sails. On the sides of it are a pair of big turbine-like wheels that seem to propel the craft.
Okay.
As soon as you guys come onto the beach and are able to note, you see some of Gilbud's men, doing final like packing things up and pulling rope and preparing the ship. But you also spot Roland, who's standing on the deck, and he sees you guys and he waves you. He's like, "Ah, there you are."
Roland! I start jogging up.
We here.
Yep.
Start jogging. So
So
they can see the ship.
yep, there's a long gangplank reaching out from the deck down to the actual beach. So you're able to just traverse up this gangplank and yeah, roll in a bunch of your other guys that are under his his crossbowmen that you guys have. They're all here. And yeah, he's just like, I knew you guys were alive. Ugh. Yeah, a lot happened after you guys went down there, but Ilma filled me in before she upped and left.
Yeah, Jin
you
told
in
us you
about
had
what?
your share of excitement. How'd
He
the,
rex. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
how'd the boyfriends fare?
Mortar forgot about that, and unfortunately he was reminded.
I bet he did.
He was suddenly reminded, and he's just like, oh.
Lamine didn't.
Alright, here's
Morton
Roland.
just.
Mordrin dies a little on the inside.
Yeah.
Much to Mortar's disappointment, Yasha just nods smugly and goes, "Yeah, they're good boyfriends."
Jesus.
Yeah, they are.
Oh lord, this party.
Not really sure of what he's saying, but he agrees.
In any case, Roland, as you know, just quirks his eyebrows and almost laughs. And he just laughs, it's like, now, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. He's like,
You know.
he's like, yeah, well, we anticipated something funny was gonna happen, and Ilma was kind enough to give us a good heads up, and told some of us we should start packing and heading out. She said trouble would be coming down this way. And after that, she took everybody and anybody that was able and just left. Went east for the marshlands.
Oh,
Yep,
The marshes.
the marshes.
but why?
She didn't tell me much, other than to tell you, all she told me was that she's going to be packing up and going as soon as she can. And then she told me whenever you guys come back up, that you guys need to come back, get back to Valvadiri. So, I got my men, had to put in a good word with Gilbert, and old Cheesebeard decided to let us go on a little trip back to Valvadiri.
But Jin didn't get paid though.
It's just you hear Jin in the background. It's like, you're damn right. And Roland is just like, kind of, just does this like he like shifts his head side. He's like, yeah, he didn't. None of us did, really.
That's bad.
It is, unfortunately, but sometimes
I saw Vinton man break a man's legs once because he didn't get paid. Nods.
I did too.
Mortar just kind of chuckling, just like.
Chuckles nervously.
It's not a nervous chuckle; it's an actual chuckle because he might know what's in Ilma's letter now.
In any case.
I ran out of water.
Uh-oh. In any case, yeah, Roland continues and he says,
I mean, just look at him like he's going insane. Which he
God.
might be.
Might be.
In any case, it's good to see that you guys made it. After 5 days, I was starting to worry that you guys weren't going to be there. You wouldn't have made it alive, but just
Yasha's
as,
just like, but 5 days though.
5
Huh?
days. You were down there for a week.
Oh?
Yeah, a whole week. Say,
Oh?
wasn't there one more of you with you?
Yeah.
No? No, I don't say that
Wasn't there
part. But
that
yeah.
little mage that followed around Ilma with you guys? Where is the little tyke?
Yeah.
Mortar and let's let
There.
me answer.
He didn't get out.
Oh, that's a shame. Guess it comes with the
He was-
territory. Well,
was
at
too
least
excited.
he died in his field of career, I guess.
Yeah, and
Not
probably
wrong.
not knowing about how his plan went.
His what?
Mortar just like, oh no, never mind, nothing. Don't bite me.
Right.
It's been a week.
You know what? You're right. It's been a week.
It has been a week.
It
has been a
week, and it's been a very weird week too.
Yasha is just
but I'm
like,
just
no, it
glad that
hasn't
we're.
though. He's just in the background, but it hasn't.
It hasn't been a week. It has. For them, it has been a week.
That's what Yasha doesn't get. He's just like, I don't get it.
In any case, it has been a rather hectic week, and I'm just glad you guys are back and we can head home. I need a drink.
I need a bath.
I need a bath. Yasha needs a bath, and I need a drink.
I don't need a bath.
You need a bath.
You need a bath.
He looks sadly down.
The party's feral child needs a bath.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what Mortar's gonna do. Like as soon as he gives the briefing. He's gonna make Yasha take a bath. He's gonna take a bath, and he's gonna get a drink.
Mm.
Like,
In that
wait.
order.
What city
just-
did we leave from before we came here?
Huh?
Valvadiri.
Valvadiri.
Yeah, Valvadiri is the city you guys have been coming and leaving from. That's the new city that your sister's being moved to.
Okay, and we're heading to Brosnov currently.
No, you are heading back to Valvadiri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ostensibly to go meet back up with Cyphus so that we can tell him about what happened.
Yeah.
Yep. Gilbud does ask you, I'm like, I hope you guys got what you were looking for down there, yeah?
Yeah.
Mortarin
That's
says
wonderful.
not a
Nods.
goddamn word.
You guys went and got the thing you wanted, right?
everyone looks sad. Oh!
It's that fucking meme.
the fucking the Anakin meme.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got what you wanted, right? Looks sad, or looks like that. Just, right?
You know what? It's a good meme. It's a good meme for
It
that.
really is.
It's a great meme. Perfect for this.
I still love the Fantasia one.
Oh god.
Have you seen the
Very
Fantasia
meta.
one?
I have.
Shen.
Oh.
Shadow.
Me? I actually don't know.
You know,
Anyways.
I'll post it anyway.
Anyways, Roland
I'm just
doesn't bug you anymore. He's just like, all right, I think Gilbud's ready, and he shouts over to Gilbud, who's sitting at the helm of the ship towards the back, and he shouts, "Hey, Cheesebeard, how much longer we got? We got everybody here." And Gilbud's just like, right, hold. It's like, calm down. Can't have these things. You can't rush this thing. It's like, I'm not rushing. I'm not rushing the ship. I'm rushing you. Jeez, I'm gonna die of old age before we get to Valvadiri at this rate. I thought this ship's gonna be fast. And Gilbud steps from the helm and he's like, oh, it's gonna be fast.
Oh.
Me slowly pokes her head in her frame like, is there a place I can crash? I'm tired.
Me
Can you guys
too.
see your lover stat some other time?
Roland just kind of looks like shocked, just like, ah. And Gilbud's just like, just puts his hand up like just dismissively like waves you off, and he's like, we'll be ready to go in a few minutes. Man,
Thank you.
Roland just kind of gives a very annoyed look, but he turns back to you guys and he says, apparently we'll be able to get back to Valvadiri in only a matter of hours on this thing, so.
Well, I assume those wheels aren't just for show, so that makes sense.
Well, they're made by Gilbud, so we are either going to get to Valvadiri soon, or we're going to be out in the middle of the sea for a month, so. You know. Get comfy.
Fair point.
All I'm saying, if
I
we end
will-
up in the ocean for a month, I'm going to start talking Dwarven
Oh,
to
no.
everyone.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, all of the crewmen and all the crewmen will know what you're saying, because they're all dwarfs.
Yeah, but it'd be fucking weird for an elf to start speaking Dwarven.
Hmm,
It's been weirder.
yeah,
It's been weird, it is true.
it's been weirder.
But yeah.
In any
Elves are
case,
speaking Elvish to dwarves.
Imagine a dwarf speaking Elven. What's weirder?
before
Neither
the
in my
ship
opinion.
the ship sets off, is there anything you guys would like to do while you're on board?
Nope.
Sleep.
Sleep. Well,
Oh, I don't think
unfortunately,
there's gonna be much time for sleep.
the ship, despite its accommodating size, doesn't look like it will have a lot of space for you to rest in, unless you don't
Yeah.
mind sleeping on a busy deck.
I mean, I'm not really looking to sleep. I just want to sit down and,
Oh,
Yeah.
there's plenty of
Sure.
places. There's plenty of places just crash and vibe on the
Okay,
deck.
sweet.
just
Yeah.
crashing and vibing.
Yes. Mortar wants to crash and vibe.
Cool. So y'all guys just kind of hang out on the deck, just like
Yeah.
we're
I'm
ready
gonna
to
be
go.
up by the prow.
Mortar is just gonna make sure if he has to get the kitty leash for Poverty to make sure she doesn't go and assassinate Jin while she's here.
Josh will investigate the boat himself. He's excited by this. He's just like, this is the weird shit, man.
It's a weird looking boat.
It's a lot of technology stuff going on here, Luigi.
Yep. Well, the front of the boat looks more like a traditional looking boat. Actually, let me just bring up the Wind Eater one more time because it really is just a same make and model. It's just instead of an airship, it's a ship.
Normal.
It's a ship.
It's a regular ship.
Me just wants to be at the front.
Yeah, there's plenty of space at the prow.
She likes loops.
There
Warden
goes the
just
Wind
wants
Eater.
to just lie around.
Collapses on deck somewhere. Lays out.
All the dwarves just
Yeah,
have to go around the elf. Like, what the fuck, dude? You okay?
There we go. And yeah, that's pretty
I
much the
got,
Wind
like,
Eater.
Steve about the fact that
Actually, let me move these guys around a little bit. Jane, I need you to just hang out here with
Yeah,
Roland.
move.
Hang out here with Roland. And then we'll move the Wind Eater over here.
Okay.
Yeah, similar make and model, with the exception of, rather than the sails, the outstretching, like, side fans, there's just a pair of, like, water wheels, essentially. And then the back end has just a big, like, it almost looks like a big frickin' giant V12 engine just strapped on the back end of that ship.
Oh.
Yeah, there's like just a little space around it, but there's just a huge honking engine just sticking out the back end. And then of course there's an exhaust just poking high above behind it. And then of course there's the pair of masts that you don't really know what they're there for with a freaking engine like that. From
Emergency?
emergency really. So yeah,
in case
so
his engine fails.
in case the engine fails or a piece falls off and suddenly there's not much control. But
The
in
parts
any
are falling
case-
off the dwarven craft. Praise Yitra.
It's a bomb, you idiot! But in any case, yeah, it's a fairly big ship too.
Sweet.
Yeah, Yasha will definitely spend most of his time just like sniffing around, investigating
Oh, I have to
everything.
post it here. Oops. But
He
yeah,
needs desire to know more intensifies.
Yep. If you want, you can roll. What would be a good check?
Maybe perception to notice anything weird, anything exceptionally interesting, because he's not really investigating.
Sure.
He's just wandering. He's just best way to put it is he's idly wandering around and just like kind of oohing and awing at the technology, as pistons and
Just kind of
gears, and I'm sure they're all going off. He's just like, whoa.
Alrighty. Go ahead, make some perception checks, or make a
Perception.
perception check, I should say.
13.
13.
Perfectly average.
Okay. For this, I'll give this to you then. So you look around, you inspect the parts and the more mechanical parts of the ship, such as the engine and the exposed part of the engine, and some of the other interesting pieces just kind of sticking on the sides and tops of the ship. And you kind of take note of on the engine block itself, you see an interesting looking little symbol on it, and it is how to best describe it. It resembles, almost looks like a cog, like a big, like, mechanical cog. However, the shaping of it almost looks like a crown, too.
Yasha will actually take out his calligraphy things and like basically trace it. He won't, traces it as best as he can. He's just like, I'll save this icon thing for later.
Yeah.
Ask someone else about it.
Alrighty. So that's kind of like the most interesting thing you kind of notice. You kind of learn a few interesting other bits and bobs about the ship, notably from Gilbud, who, if asked, has no problems showing off his fancy ship.
Yeah, he probably. I mean, since Yasha has no qualms with neither Jin nor Gilbud, he'll probably ask them freely.
Well, Jin is not exactly helpful about it, as he's just like, it's a ship.
It's a ship. It's a nice ship.
Yep. Yeah, it's like it looks like the one we flew in, and honestly, I like the flying one, but I like not falling. So
Yasha
I'm
understands this.
I like flying. I don't like falling. This leaves me kind of conflicted. Outside of that, I don't really know. It's a ship.
It's a good. It just nods in agreement. It's a good ship. But
Yeah.
as for Gilbud,
Oh my god. Gilbud fills your head with plenty of technical jargon.
even his eyes are blank for most of it, but he does his best to
Yeah.
understand.
You definitely have a lot of difficulty trying to comprehend the very ins and outs of what he says, but from the few things you're able to really gather from his bout of showboating, for no pun intended, he basically talks about how his this thing is a work of marvel and he built it all himself. It's actually like he's got this bad boy is so fast that it will definitely get from point A to point B a lot faster than most ships. He's not particularly fond of it compared to the airship, mostly because the airship, unlike this ship, isn't exactly armed. It's only got a
Ah,
few small guns, but compared to the airship, which is more armed to the teeth with rather nasty looking guns like the ones that they had pointed at you. They
yeah.
don't quite have that. They have a few deck carronades, and that's really it. There's like four deck carronades on each side, and then a carronade prow on the front.
I see.
Yep, and that's it. That's all they got. Um, Mostly because this ship wasn't really meant for fighting. This thing was meant for transportation.
Going
And
fast.
yeah, this thing goes fast, and if it has to fight, it's meant to get out of the fight or
Yeah,
discourage. So that it's not completely helpless.
that makes
Um,
sense.
but yeah, that aside, yeah, it's his baby though. It's definitely one of his most lovingly crafted projects. It's also the third iteration. The other two crash and sunk horrendously.
No wonder
Great to
Jin
know.
is. No wonder other Jin is just like.
Jin doesn't like all of his mechanical stuff.
He's
Also,
just like they
he just
crash a lot.
they don't work a lot, or when they do, they don't work in ways you would expect them to.
Oh god. New
Tasks will
chaos.
tasks succeed unintendedly with Gilbud's stuff, which is kind of the impression you get with some of Gilbud's tech. You do poke around and you do kind of see that there is a lower deck. There's not a lot of space for it as there's a lot of working crewmen there, just kind of pushing and shoving around and making sure the ship is like up and ready to run. And in the hold of the ship, you find the damaged remains of the big robot that or the big mech suit that Gilbud had fought in earlier, as well as your guys' carriage.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's stable, but it's
Like-
a cargo storage area.
yeah. It's not a very big one, but it's enough to hold that at least.
Huh.
So we're gonna have to ditch that thing. Sweet.
Nope, they were. Roland was good enough to even bring it with you, and the troops.
Hell yeah. I mean, I expected the troops.
Thank
not the
goodness.
carriage.
Yep, and everyone also also made it through the chaos that was Knights and Army of Lizard.
Good.
I trust Roland's judgment. He seems like a good commander.
But yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Um,
Mean's just gonna be up at the front with a somewhat wistful look on her face, just chilling. She likes being on
Yeah.
boats.
Yep. Mortarin, Poverty, is there anything you guys do?
Absolutely nothing. just gonna lie here. Probably with just poverty and like eyesight, just so she doesn't go kill Jin.
Fair enough.
Everybody is just leaning on the railing of the ship and staring off. Just in the direction that she thinks the ship's gonna head.
Sounds good. Well, after a brief moment of preparation and shouting and shoving from crewmen, the Gilbud announces, "All right, we're going." And what few dwarven workers that are working around the outside of the ship on the beach are now beginning to pile onto the ship's deck and begin pulling anchor. You see some of them shoving the ship into the water deeper and deeper, as they're like quite literally they're pushing the boat. Because it's a little bit like it's I wouldn't say it's moored, but it's like, it's a little bit on the beach. So you see them kind of pushing the ship onto the water, and it starts to you start to hear this like loud hiss from the engine as it spurs to life, and you can hear those massive pistons just start to slowly like work their way into motion, and you can hear the engine behind you can hear the water behind the ship just start to bubble from whatever powers just like kicking in.
Pushing it.
And yep, the last of the dwarves that are pushing it climb aboard and pull the gangplank in, and you see Gilbud take the helm of the ship, which is up on the deck, towards the back end, but it's like out in visual sight, like you can see it. It's the deck is big, but you can still kind of see pretty much everything. Yeah, the ship drifts out into the water, and you see the crewmen just sort of start working on the engines, and the engines, you hear almost like this, it almost sounds like a hot rod starting up, like a hot rod car, just like start up as the engine growls, and the pistons go from like this slow mechanical motion to a sudden jerking, like fast motion as it just comes to life. And the thing, like the whole ship is like rumbling, like you can feel yourself like almost like you're vibrating as you're standing on the ship for a moment.
Oh.
Yeah, like whatever this engine is that they got is powerful. And you hear the Gilbud over like a tinny, almost radio-like voice as he turns to a mouthpiece and starts to talk, and he says, "All hands, prepare for launch." And as that call is sounded, the crewmen begin to scramble, and some of them are just quite literally like they go onto the rail and they jump onto it, and like they like grab, and they're looking like they're holding onto it for their dear lives. Some of them like grab onto the mast, and they're like, some of them are like, they're holding onto it like a secure piece, while others are just like grabbing rope and just practically tying themselves to it. Roland is noting this and is like nervously walking towards one of the rails and is also like hugging onto it. Like, I think I'm gonna do this.
Most of us are kind of like grab something.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wedge myself up against I guess if I'm at the prow, I'm just gonna wedge myself next to the prow cannon.
The stick could keep up with it. Probably not. So you know what? Yeah, just hold on. Do something.
As you guys begin to notice the visible, almost uncomfortable look of preparation that the crew is making,
I should probably grab onto something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You the ship drifts out after some distance, and once it gains enough clearing, you hear the engines rev up the engine rev up and makes this low, loud, guttural growl, and you can hear it testing the waters like several times. It just like revs. It's just, and you can hear the water just like quite like violently bursting behind the ship. And then Gilbud once again goes onto the mouthpiece, and he says, "Launching." And then You see him reach for a little switch over by the wheel, and you see him like crank it up about halfway, and then he just slams it all the way to the front, and as soon as it hits, the whole ship just like vibrates violently again. You see the wheels begin to turn very, very quickly, and as soon as it does, the prow of the ship just suddenly jerks upwards, almost at like a 45-degree angle, and then just like settles back down, but not quite at the same level. It's still picked up sideways, and it just goes. And it is so loud on this thing. Yep. And it is
I'm awake.
yeah.
It's fast.
It is
I'm awake.
fast.
I'm awake.
It doesn't take much to see that beach just vanish. That beach you guys were standing on just disappear behind you, as you just sail out into the ocean. Sailing is I use loosely, as you guys are practically flying at this point.
It's being sailed the same way that a sailboat sails or
Yeah.
a speedboat sails.
Yeah, this is this is
Only
going like a
technically.
speedboat.
It's an oversized speedboat.
It's only sailing by technicality.
Yeah. So this ship
I'm gonna.
is.
Oh,
Alrighty. So yeah, this ship is flying, and you guys are able to just latch on to whatever, and you kind of look around, you see Roland and some of the other guys just like they look like they're hanging on for their dear life.
Chair.
And Roland just kind of looks at you guys, and he's like, "Well, he told me the bloody thing was fast, but I wasn't expecting this." And yeah, the ship is just quite like it's just shaking violently. Well, not quite violently, but it's vibrating. Like this thing is just going. So yeah, as you look around, it's kind of hard to see much, but yeah, you see crewmen who are just hanging on. Some just barely, while others are like tied to the rope, and some of them are noticing like some of the guys that are tied to the mast are like tied in such a way where it's just like they're tied to the rope and then the rope's tied to the mast, but there's some length to it, so they're just being pulled away, and they're like it just feels like it looks like they're practically being like they're flying like a kite.
Brown
So you see this partly flying like
dwarven kites.
yeah, you see these dwarves that are just like practically flying in the air or holding on, and some of them are stumbling around. You're able to actually, given the weird angle of the ship's, the ship is kind of sitting on the water, you're able to actually catch a glimpse of the crow's nest, and you actually see another familiar face. And unlike the other folks who are more comically holding on to the ship, you spot Calic, who's more steadily holding on to this to the basket of the crow's nest with one hand, while he's just kind of like putting another over his eyes and just looking ahead, however best he can.
There he is.
Hey,
Here I
welcome
am.
back.
There he is.
Yep. Also, so is Calic. The drow assassin you guys fought earlier, he's on the
Oh.
crow's nest.
Yeah, he
And,
is.
Oh, hello.
Unlike the other guys who are hanging on and practically like trying not to fly off the ship, Calic's just sitting on the crow's nest, and he's just actually like holding on to it by one hand, while the other one he's like actually like he looks comfortable.
We killed him.
No, we
Oh, we
didn't.
definitely did not.
Unfortunately, we did not.
You did not.
We definitely did not.
Yeah, Calic did not
Killed it.
die.
Killed his lieutenant though.
We did.
Killed a lot of other people.
Yasha will continue going. Yasha will continue going around the ship. I'll buy it just on all fours and keeping low to the ground because he's unsure.
Are
If
you
he's,
gonna
like,
actually try and maneuver around the ship?
He will damn try, yeah.
Oh God,
God.
you're gonna have to make me some checks then.
Would
Um,
acrobatics be
Yeah,
appropriate?
acrobatics. Make some
Alright.
acrobatics as you try to maneuver around this ship that's going like 100
I
miles
have-
an hour.
I have hold person ready. if I
Mm,
need to.
no rerolls, huh? Okay. But it's still a 9 at least with the 2.
A 9. Well, you don't fly off the ship. You're definitely slipping and sliding around. As this
I
thing
can
is-
imagine.
Yeah, you are definitely slipping and sliding around the ship and just like, oh fuck, oh god.
He'll keep at it though. He's stubborn.
Oh my god.
Like a dog on a hardwood floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mordred sends his bonky stick over to bonk him.
Well, at least if you were intending on going towards the back of the ship, you're at least going in that direction. I could say that, as you're being sort of
you're
flopped
at the
around.
He's at the back now.
Yep, you're at the back. You quite literally like, I would say land where near the helm is, like below the helm, but it's more like you crash below the helm as you just smack into the side wall.
Just
Yasha, please be careful, dear.
I'll be okay. Just
Some of the other dwarf crewmen who are just hanging on to the sides and parts of the ship are looking at you like, the hell are you doing?
Crazy, bro.
He's fucking crazy. I'll roll again to see if he gets used to it though.
Go ahead.
Because he's basically like, I'm gonna try to get used to this. So 24 this time.
You're able to get your bearings. It is definitely hard to move around in this thing when it's at going at this speed.
Yeah, but he's just like, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it's like
I imagine those carnival rides that spin really fast.
Yeah, spinning really fast. Except this one's
Yeah.
going forward really fast.
this one's going forward real fast. It's like sitting above the water at like a 40-degree angle, like a 43-degree angle. So yeah.
This is why I'm propped up next to the cannon, because I'm at the front. Lamine thought she was
Doctor,
going to
will I
get
have to tie you
something
down?
a lot different.
No, I'm okay. Not to mention, you kind of have to get to him now if you want to tie him down.
He's a little bit a ways away. I'm assuming you guys were closer to the front of the ship.
Lamine definitely is. She's right at the front.
Yeah. The ship is also just a cacophony of just sound of waves just exploding around you guys and just like water washing over you guys as it's, you're going so fast. Every time you hit a bank of water, it just like kicks the boat up every now and again. It's pretty much just a giant speedboat. Like imagine
This
like
could be
a
An oversized speedboat.
yeah, imagine like a 150-foot long speedboat. That's basically what you guys are on right now.
God damn.
But
What a thrill.
yeah,
We're on a brigandine moving at the speed of a speedboat, basically.
pretty much.
God damn.
Or more like a sloop, but yeah.
Alexa, play Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone.
It's a perfect time for it.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, you guys are flying. Yasha, are you just trying to get a hold of like getting used to the ship, or are you trying to like get around the ship?
Yeah. He's trying to get used to it to a point he can at least move around normally.
Alrighty.
That's his attempt.
Go ahead and make me another check.
All right. 22.
Alright, that's a success. Is there anything else the party is doing?
Hell
Uh,
no.
Hanging on for dear
Lamine did
life,
something
white
other than
knuckle.
hang onto the cannon, she'd be falling down the deck, so no.
Alright. Well, Yasha, you're able to kind of get your bearings, although you do stumble a little bit when the ship hits another hits another wave. But you don't quite stumble and fall over, all like embarrassing like the first
Yeah.
time. And even Gilbud looks over to you and he's just like, look, the kid's getting his sea legs. And Roland literally turns around and he sees you and he's like, Yasha, what the hell are you doing? Go ahead and make me one more check.
I
Wow,
need to move
oh.
around. $19.
Awesome. Cool. With that, you are able to you're starting to feel the bearings of it, and and when the ship hits another wave, you recover very quickly. You are definitely starting to feel quite literally feel the motion of the ship, and are able to sort of adjust to it a lot better. And Gilbert is watching, and he's just like quite literally like applauding you, and he's like, "Come on up here!" And he turns to one of his other officers and just tells him to man the ship, and he's like, "Come on, come on!" Like he's like trying to get you up over here. So go ahead and make another acro check.
All right.
Oh, hi.
It's training for getting on top of a train.
For train
little less.
surfing.
Little less, but it's still 12.
You're literally gonna give Lamine a heart attack.
So
It cannot be helped.
Hold on one second.
Poor Lamine.
Mortarin is also just like, should I
Buzz.
just start personing him? Is that even gonna help?
Personing might be worse in this instance.
He'll go static and fly off the boat.
Yeah. Him going limp would not be a good idea right now, I think.
Okay, I'm back.
Taken.
So, yep. So
You know
as
what
you
also
try
would be
to,
a terrible idea right now?
What's that?
Activating a immovable rod.
oh,
Just like, I don't want to move no more. Like, it hits the
Clang.
seafloor. Fucking clang. Boat just fucking rips itself in.
Jesus.
It just,
You want to put a hole in something, just like, like, just in midair.
Mm,
Fuck, I imagine Dragon Ball Z just would be a real dick move right now if I turned on the immovable rod. And then you just like this pause and you just hear click.
Like,
It's like, oh god.
In any case, Yasha. At Gilbud's prompting, he tells you to come up the stairs and come join him at the helm, and he's waiting for you. And you start taking a few steps, and another wave hits, and you kind of stumble and lose your balance, but you're able to kind of recover. And he's like, "Come on, come on!" And you're able to make it up to the deck, and you see the whole time Gilbud has not moved, like he has not been moved by the ocean at all.
He is. This is normal.
This man is like grounded to the ship, and
Oh god.
yeah. And even some of his
like-
officers are just hanging out like this is nothing. And he's just like, "All right, when I say so, you're gonna need to give me a jump."
Oh, okay.
And then so go ahead and roll me an acro check.
Alright. Oh no, it's
Oh no! So
Lamine's soul has left her body.
Gilbud looks over and he can see the oceans, and he spots a wave for you, and he tells you jump, and you do.
Oh no.
You jump, and immediately as you jump up, the ship hits the wave, and the ship pretty much catches up to you, and you just slam straight into the fucking deck.
Oh. Okay.
As
Ow.
yeah, and
No, that's a
Gilbud
lot better than the
Yeah.
Careening off the ship, yeah.
Gilbud pretty much starts laughing his head off, but then he's just like, he helps you up, and he's like, "Okay, one more time." He's like,
Yeah.
"Last try. If you get this, you get your sea legs."
Josh is just like, okay.
And then, so he waits and looks for another one, and he says, "Jump." So go ahead
Alright.
and roll one more. So you get one more attempt.
Oh my god.
16.
Ooh, okay. So you give a jump, and this time you're able, to anticipate the ship's sudden change of movement when you're in the air. You jump up, and you actually time your jump perfectly with the ship bucking into the air. And as you do so, you jump like 20 feet higher than you actually intended to jump, and you
Oh my
are
God.
in the air. But then when you land, you stick the landing,
Yeah.
Hey.
and you're like,
Whew.
"That's what I'm talking about." And he's just like, "You definitely got sea legs here, kid. You keep at it, and you'll be able to keep to the boat like nothing." And
Josh Yasu's just like, yeah, I'll do my best.
He's like,
God.
that's what I want to hear. And with that, he he
He's just like
gestures to
white
one
as
of
a
the
ghost.
Yep. To that, he gestures to one of the officers, and the officer quite literally is just like, the guy quite literally is just busts out like a tiny little, like a little barrel the size of like a little tiny keg, like a tiny keg barrel, and like and a mug, like a little tin mug, and you see Gilbud pour out some drink from the keg, hands it to you, and he's like, now have this like a sailor.
Oh my god, of course.
That means
So-
like, oh no, Yasha's hanging with the wrong people.
Eternally screaming.
He's
He's on the other side of the ship, watching this.
hanging out with the sailors.
She has a direct line of sight to everything that's happening, and
Yeah.
she's not. She's horrified. What is happening?
So make a con
Mom
check.
got yeet in the air.
You mean did Yasha look injured at all?
He might be a little battered from hitting the fucking deck.
Green.
Yeah, you probably have a bruise from slamming your face into the deck.
Oh, to be fair,
How far away is Yasha?
to be fair,
this
this
is-
is not unnormal for Yasha.
Yeah, this is like a 60 feet from you guys.
That's perfect range.
He's drinking
what?
right now. Maybe.
Yeah, you're having a drink.
He'll accept the drink with the 14.
Yep. You at once
You know,
again,
that'll probably
Gilbud.
be fine.
Gilbud pretty much is like chug it, and you chug it, and you're able to chug it, and you you get a little woozy. No, you get a little funny with it
A little
because it hits you kind of hard, but it doesn't knock you knock you back.
Not getting your feet. Right.
Because it's like, and but it definitely feels different. This isn't like this isn't your average everyday booze. This is some sailor shit, man.
This is the alcohol they save for the dwarves, not the ungi.
Yeah, this is something different. And it definitely hits a lot more different. It's definitely not as strong as Vit and Brew as you've had.
But
But
it
it
catches him off
definitely
guard, I'm sure. He's just like, whoa.
Yeah, this is not something you were anticipating on a ship. And he tells you, all right, now if you really want to be a sailor, get back to the front with that in your belly.
Hmm.
Oh god.
Joshua will try to
but-
do so.
You know what? With that, Peter, will you allow me to heal Yasha?
Heal.
Basically, heal the bruising on him. He's
Yeah,
within range.
it's within range.
Mhm.
Well, there isn't any damage per
Yeah.
se, but it's just like bruising from like just
Yeah, it's just
slamming
mostly
your
just
face.
hearing
He just,
the bruising on him.
I mean, sure.
I guess it'd be more superficial. Okay. Yeah. So basically, Yasha would feel not only warm from the alcohol, but just warm in general. And yeah, his bruising is actually healing over. Like it's gone.
It was the alcohol.
You
he's
might-
so caught up in this, he doesn't notice a
Yeah.
thing.
You probably don't
yeah.
notice this. And of course, Gilbud is just like, all right, go, go, go.
All right.
So make me an acro check with disadvantage this time.
Disadvantage, you say?
Yes.
Let me see here.
But it'll only be one check for this whole thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anything I have that could help me out here. No, I do not. That's all right. All right.
15?
Not bad.
Oh,
15.
perfect. That's perfect. That's all you needed. With that, you're able to stumble as you're feeling a little what's the word? A little off balance, I guess. And you do kind of stumble and kind of stutter step your way up towards where you first were at. And Gilbud, you can hear Gilbud cheering and clapping and cheering you on. Roland is quite beside himself, just like, what the hell are you doing?
What is going on?
What are you doing?
Yasha's experiencing life.
Yeah, he is.
He's experiencing something.
Well, much to the dismay of people who take care of him.
Yeah. You are able to, however, make it all the way back to the other the other end of the ship. With some ease. You definitely stumble here and there, but you hear and you see Gilbud pretty much cheering you on, and towards the end he's just like nods in approval, and he's just like, yeah, and you see him go back on the ship's helm. And some of the other crewmen who watch this are also kind of like cheering and clapping, you know, when they're not trying to hold on for dear life.
Hold on for dear life. Yasha's like, I did it. I conquered the boat.
Yeah, and he did it while not looking battered and bruised anymore. Woo!
Yasha, for this, I'm going to give you a rather unique buff, and that will be sea legs, which is whenever you're having to maneuver around anything that are ships and ships on or any naval-borne vessel, you're basically able to just you're able to adjust to the water's motion, regardless of how fucking fast or how tumultuous the fucking, you know, how fucking tossed up this thing is, you get the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Hooray! I'll just write that down. Ability to adapt to seaborne rocking.
Yep.
All right.
But this
Hell yeah.
only works exclusively on waterborne vessels, so no airships and no trains.
Well, that's the next on the training list.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh. Well, at least Lamine can see that he's no longer battered and bruised before.
Well, I don't even know if
Hooray!
you could see the bruise from that distance, but
Yeah. This was
I don't
like
think we need
60
to
feet.
do that.
That's
You-
true.
You probably
Let me
were
know
able to
spoke
see a
to
bump on it, like a dark little bump on his head from a distance. You're like, yeah, I'll patch that.
and then it's gone, and it's just. But Yasha didn't notice it because bruises are normal to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not to
He's
mention,
just like, oh,
you usually discover bruises after you get them.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. It's like, oh wow, I got bruised. I don't know what that's from, but
It's
Yeah.
fucking wild.
Yeah. That's me with most of my injuries, unfortunately.
That's most people with injuries, yeah.
You don't
Because
tend to
mine
know
can
where
be
you
like
get them.
bleeding, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
where the hell did this come from?
For now,
Yeah.
now that Yasha's done with his excitement, he'll perch next to fucking Lamine.
God. So yeah.
holding your face right now, like. God,
He seems really pleased with himself.
I'm glad you're making friends.
Warden will pat you with the bunking stick. Because hell no is he gonna go all the way over there.
Yep.
What?
In any case, yeah. You've managed to survive not getting fucking thrown off the ship or
Colonel, I
smashing
managed to
yourself.
survive drowning.
Yeah, congratulations. You've earned your sea legs aboard Gilbud's ship.
Zah. Next is train legs and airship legs.
God.
Oh boy.
But
Outstanding
Yeah.
move.
outstanding maneuver. But pleased with himself for now. He'll just rest next to Lamine for a bit before maybe doing more things.
Oh boy.
Because he can't stop. He can't stay still. That is an unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, after a brief moment, you know, sometime after your guys's, after Yasha's little stunts, the ship begins to slow down. You can hear the engine winding down a little bit, and Gilbud,
The
is
prow.
Yep, the prow begins to lower itself to more level position, and you hear Gilbud speak up through his little mouthpiece, and he says, we're coming to the cliff soon." And as the ship is like slowing down, you see the crew members. Even this thing is still kind of still a little bit
Still
up.
sideways, yeah.
It's still a bit sideways, but it's You see the crewmen start to unlatch themselves and like let go, and they're now actually just working, even though it's still going fairly fast. It's not going at full speed, but it's fast. Roland is still hanging on for dear life, but you can see crewmen who are just like moving, and this time, rather than moving and shoving, they're more like sliding around as they're making use of the momentum of the ship to just kind of glide around.
I think at this point, Yasha will bring water and other things to the Roland and other party members who may not necessarily be very interested in moving.
Yeah. Alrighty.
So Roland gets some water or alcohol, not judging.
Roland is
Probably not wanting alcohol at the moment.
Roland is probably looking for his flask on his person right now.
Wait, didn't I drink it?
Did you drink the whole thing?
During that trip, yeah.
Well, he might have refilled it.
Oh, if you refilled it, then yeah, that's fine. But yeah.
It has been a week since then, so.
True.
Remember, it's been a week.
It has been a week.
In any case, yeah. Yasha, you pass around water to some of your buddies, and you can see in the middle segment, near the main mast, there's like, how there's like that little fenced or like that gated, I forget the name of that. That's that gated part of the ship. You see that part of the ship.
In the center.
Yeah, usually in the center. It's like that thing for, I forget the name of it.
That's the cargo.
The brig?
thing.
No, not the brig.
Wait, what'd you say, Sean?
It's like the cargo
Yeah,
thing, right?
it's usually over the cargo. They have like that they have like that graded barred off like segment.
Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about. I do not recall what the name that is.
The cargo hold?
Well, the cargo hold is what's underneath, but that's the thing. That's like that's that graded off frame. Like there's that metal frame that's like a little crisscross or iron bars or over it, and it's on the floor of the ship, or on the floor of the top deck.
The little window thing. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, let me look this up real quick.
I'm trying to look too. Now I'm curious.
I must know. Ugh. There's so much terminology, Jesus.
Yeah.
There is.
We are going to stop for this. Not the quarter deck.
Well,
No.
we'll have to stop for today while we look for this.
Yep.
Oh, grates?
I guess it's just called the grates.
Yeah, it's just called the ship grate.
Well,
Disappointing.
you see the ship grate, and you see the crewmen like they're opening the ship grate, and from underneath you can hear the sound of mechanical parts whirring, and you see coming up from the ship grate from the cargo hold is your guys' carriage.
Oh. Deployment. Oh.
Yep. And they just have it sitting on the deck now. And after, maybe a minute or so, you catch notice of land, and you see tall cliffs of the land of the realm, or back. You see land, and oh no, it reset.
Eh?
And sorry. You basically make landing, and Gilbud mentions that, yep, you guys are now just south from Valvadiri. We're not we're not going to be taking you straight to the city, because we are not going to the city. but we'll take you a little ways off. There's a little spot that I know of that we can set you off, and about maybe so an hour's travel on that little cart of yours will get you to the main gates.
Oh, very good.
Fair enough.
And surely enough, after a small moment, the ship settles down to almost to the motions of like a regular ship. However, it's still quite speedily making its way towards the shore. And when it gets close enough, you see a small beach, and you see the crewmen are working their way. They're working on the side rails, and you see them set up a ramp, and they start detaching the cart from the platform it's secured to, and they start rolling it out. Once the ship is settled enough onto the ground or onto the beach, you see Roland, who's collecting his men, and make his way down onto the beach as well. And they starts to collect the cart, and yeah, that's that. You guys are now landed at the beach.
Survived the boat ride.
Yeah, you
We
did.
haven't survived the boat ride.
Yay, we did it.
Yep. And with that, Roland is just kind of like, well, that's Gilbud wasn't joking when he said we'd get here in a matter of an hour or so.
Lumine is definitely looking a bit frazzled.
Everybody
For
runs
multiple
onto the
reasons at this
beach
point.
and starts to throw up.
Oh
Yasha's just patting
You know-
Poverty's back.
I think we should all be glad that happened now and not on the ship.
Yes.
no! You were moving too fast for your stomach to Ralph.
Oh,
He's like, you wretch, but unfortunately, it's still the back of your stomach. It can't
Yep.
go up.
You're like, ugh. So yeah. After that, the crewmen begin to pack up the launch ramp and begin their preparations. And you see Gilbud and Jin and even Calic at the side of the rail of the deck, seeing you guys off. And Gilbud is of course thanking. He's just like, thanks for choosing my finest ship for your traveling experiences. Now don't get yourselves killed too soon. I'm gonna have to get the rest of your payment. Don't forget it, Roland. And Roland's just like, I got your payment. And he reaches into his vest, or he reaches into his vest, and he throws the bag onto the rail, and Gilbud reaches up, but of course Jin, being just slightly taller, just catches it in front of him and looks through the coin. He's like, nice.
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 It's exactly 600. It's exactly 690 gold coins.
690
Nice.
gold. Nice.
Nice.
Calic
Excellent.
is just quietly watching you guys. He does not give you a friendly look, as the other two are more cheery and or smug about having you guys leave.
At the very
Gilbud
least,
more cheery
amicable.
and more amicable. Jin gives you his bon voyage and says, next time we meet, we're definitely not gonna be as friendly, unless you pay for it, of course. But
Yeah,
and bring that sword! I want to see it in action again.
Yasha's like, that was pretty. Yasha's like, that was pretty fun.
And with that,
man, I didn't get to see it.
and with that, the ship begins to drift back into the waters, and just as quickly as it gets back into the deep, you hear the distant guttural growl of the engine, and yep, the thing goes up in the air and just bolts.
Well, that explains how
Goodness.
you got here so fast.
Yep. Roland watches the thing and just like a mix of just like, wow, just like of like impressed and disgust at how fast this thing moves. And he shakes his head as he just produces a map, and he looks around. He says, right, so this is where we should be, according to Gilbud. Not far from a few manors here, a lot of noble folk like to live out here. Oh, actually, I know a trail we can take. And he points to a particular location, and he says, "This is an old trail. I haven't been down here for a long time, but I know the place like the back of my hand, so I'll get us through no problem. It's safe too."
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
If you say so.
Yep, I know so. And
Yep.
as
And we're not gonna run into any fairies.
nope, this is the furthest out from those fey trees we could be while being near them still. But personal experience, no, I can tell you that I've never seen a fey come out this close to the ocean.
Good.
Yasha just thinks about this and he goes, "Why do the Fae not come out near oceans?"
They prefer their trees, I guess.
Maybe the next time we meet one, you can ask them.
Yasha nods in agreement.
In any case, let's saddle up and get back to town, shall we?
Yep.
I would
Already
love
have a
nothing
lot
but
of writing to do.
Yep.
wobbles over the carriage.
The ride is fairly peaceful, just as Roland promises. It
Yasha,
does.
Yasha jokes about sticking that said engine onto the carriage.
Roland laughs nervously and says no.
We, well, we could do better. We'll like put little things on. We'll call them seat belts. And I'll have like a wheel right here to control it.
Oh no. You need to
No.
stop. You need to stop hanging out with Gilbud. Just
The
Roland
budding
just
artificer
looks to
right here.
Lamine and he's just like, don't let him near Gilbud ever again.
It's
One
too-
can hope.
you know that meme where it's just like, no, Yasha, I don't want you to be influenced by him. No, Yasha! It's too late, mother. I have seen everything.
Mother, look,
Yeah.
that dwarf is using artificer things.
Don't look, Yasha. I don't want you to be influenced. Oh, it's too late.
It's
Seen
too late.
everything.
I have seen everything.
Yes, that's the carriage, Poverty. That'll become the carriage.
The fucking
Start doing
Toyota Ford.
Let me see.
looking at Roland while going, Kansai Drifto.
Oh my god.
Or fucking Roland would have gray hairs. Just like, oh god.
This man doesn't have hair. He's bald.
He's gonna
start
get
drowning
some.
them soon.
Yeah, imagine having so much stress you revert to growing hair again, except it's all gray.
It just grows back. Oh no.
That's how stressed you become. Oh god. Anyway. Yeah.
He's gonna wake up tomorrow with like a single strand of gray hair and be like, "Oh man."
Oh. I know where this is from.
Yeah.
Oh.
For what it's worth though, Yasha is fucking thrilled.
Yep.
Yeah. At least there's that.
For what it's
Nope.
worth.
What
Because
it's
he's gonna
worth.
be unthrilled when he goes for that bath later on.
Yeah, get used to it, buddy.
I wonder if there's a machine to stop baths.
In any case, the trail you take is relatively peaceful. You do pass through some interesting looking ruins near the cliffside, but it doesn't really seem like there's any real threat of anything out here. In fact, yeah, it's a pretty quiet, peaceful place. It's almost like the place had kind of been like fallen, like it was abandoned and had fallen apart. What looks to be remains of a large house and several other large buildings barely stand on rotting wood and collapsed stone, but that aside, nothing seems to come out to bother you guys. You guys take the trail that continues to climb up towards the tops of the cliff and makes it onto the main forest path. Roland, of course, takes good care, and he pretty much nods. He's like, "Yep, I haven't been here in a long, long time."
Long time.
Well, let's just say I have some ties to the land. At least this small segment here. But yeah, that aside, I wouldn't worry too much. This place has always been a nice little quiet stretch of the cliff.
All right.
Oh.
Rating in the background. Somebody's got to make these damn reports for Caiaphas.
Mm. But yeah, anything you guys do, or just carriage rolls on?
Make that damn report for Caiaphas.
All right.
Nope.
So
How
I'm
long
just
would it
enjoying
take
the
to
ride.
get to the city?
Enjoying a nice, quiet ride, and not the not quite so relaxing boat ride that we were just on. I
It'll
mean, wanted to sit up at the front and just like chill next to the bow, but nope, she didn't get that.
around Brosnov. There's not much chill.
Doesn't
Oh,
seem that
boy.
way.
Hey, what did Poppers say? Shadow?
How long does it take to get to Belvedere?
It'll be maybe less than an hour from here, just by cart.
Okay.
But yeah. Is there anything you'd like to do while the cart rolls, or anything you want to check out?
No.
Oh shit, I almost forgot. Before they get to Valvadiri, Mordrin will pipe up and say that the Sebastian guys that attacked likely aren't Ilma's, unless she's also well, he said likely, but it's still possible.
Hmm.
Big think.
It's literally out of the blue. Maybe like 20 minutes before they get there, he just goes, yeah, likely Ilma wasn't responsible for that, but not impossible.
Noted.
Good to think about.
I'm glad this party's already used to Mortarin's just outbursts and just goes, alright.
Yep.
I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but alright.
I'm sure he did the big think.
Right. There we go. Map was too far south. You guys are actually a lot closer to Valvadiri.
Yeah.
Oops.
Big
yeah.
oops.
So after that, your exchange, you have a relatively peaceful trip back to Valvadiri's gates, and
Thank
yeah.
Yes. I'm so glad.
God.
Yeah, and
Please.
hope Caiaphas is okay.
Yep. You return back to the tower, yeah?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
let's straight
Let's
back
get
to the
that over.
tower.
We can
Roland
get-
just waves you guys off, and he's like, I'll catch up with you at the bar.
Good plan.
And he basically makes his way straight to the Golden Home. After
fair.
yeah, after he parks the cart and all that. The other men are just like more than eager to just, as soon as they hear that they're going to the bar, just like, fucking
Like-
yes, I'm so done.
It's been a week as they run in there.
It has been
Oh.
a hell of a week.
Boy.
It has been hell.
Oh, boy.
Those poor bastards. They've had it rough.
Yeah,
God.
sounds like it.
Rough days for everyone.
In any case, you arrive to the tower.
Mhm.
Let me go ahead and transition the music real quick. That is not the music that I wanted to
Give me
play.
the spicy music.
No. Ah, where is it?
It's become spice.
There it
The
is.
spice must flow.
Hello, puppy. Hello. Oh, gosh. Hello, puppy. Yes. Hello. Hello. Yes.
Oh.
I am alive.
Here we
Puppy
go.
has demands.
Puppy does have demands.
No, this is not the one.
Ah!
Oh.
What?
We'll go with this one.
I hear doggy panting.
Doggle. So yeah, you arrive at the tower and you make your way towards the garden where you often meet with Caiaphas. However, Caiaphas is not there this time. Instead, you are met with Clyde, the owner of the Golden Home, one of the other big mages of the place.
Yep.
He has a happy look about him, happy to see that you guys are back, but it's not it's not exactly the warmest of smiles, if you get the drift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Murder just kind of when he sees that look, he just goes, "Is Caiaphas okay?"
And Clyde is almost like surprised you ask him a question like that, and he's just like, how did you know? Anyways, yeah, Caiaphas is alright. He, well, this is not difficult to, I've never really had this best thing to explain about this. And before he elaborates further, you hear a woman's voice behind you guys call out, saying, it's like, well, where is the lazy bastard anyways? He told me to get here and he's not here. And behind you guys, you see a short Asimir woman. Hold up. A short Asimir woman, like, angrily sort of trot her way towards Clyde as well. Hold up. Where is it? I had the description here. So, a raven black-haired woman with a fairly pale complexion, with freckles, purple eyes, and a small pair of antlers protruding from the tops of her head that curl. They're like a small curled pair of antlers sticking out. And the Esamir woman is dressed in mage-like, almost a mage-like, similar to the other mages. However, hers resembles more like a coat and more like a scientist's jacket of sorts. And she very annoyed and hurriedly trots her way towards Clyde. And yeah, she's small. She's tiny.
Small.
She's a tiny woman who just
Small.
pretty much shouts up at Clyde. Where is the? No, I don't.
Where
see
is
her.
Clyde?
Where is Clyde? I actually don't have a thing
He's
for
not coming
Clyde.
to dipped. He's like,
Yeah.
fuck this, I'm out.
There we go. There she is. So,
I ain't dealing with this shit.
a pair of angry purple eyes glare up at Clyde, who's just like, oh, Tessa, I guess you were expected. Yeah, hello. It's been a while. And she's just like, shut up, Clyde. Where is he? Where is that dumbass?
Oh,
And Clyde's just like, oh, well, actually, it's perfect that you arrived. Ah, damn it. How does he do this? Okay, let me start from the beginning. And it's like, Tessa's just like, okay, here we go. And Clyde explains, we don't know what the hell happened, but one day, something just struck him. Like, something it almost looked like he was being attacked or something. Nothing magical got in or out. Nobody was there. Like, we don't know what happened, but Caiaphas just looked like he got attacked and just collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. And Tessa's just like, what? Surprised and, like, shocked. She's just like, what? How could this be? Like, this was an assassination on him? What did he do? He didn't start trouble with those Brosnov guys. Or I bet he went and go insult the prince or something. That idiot does get himself into trouble. And Clyde just shrugs and he's like, we generally don't know. And it's a little weird. We've been looking into this. He's been out for a few days, but I think he's starting to come around. But we're keeping him on medical watch for now. And we were hoping once you guys came back, we could speak with you for a bit on on the matter of your job. Well, actually, this is perfect. Tessa, I would like to introduce you to the adventurers that have Caiaphas has been working with. And Tessa
Pretty
looks
haggard
over.
looking adventurers at this point.
Yeah. She looks over you guys and kind of quickly like sizes you guys up and then kind of changes her demeanor to a less
Hostile.
a less antagonistic one and more calm demeanor, and she's like, "Pleased to meet you. So you're the guys working for that moron?" And
Yes, that would be us.
well, I'm sorry that you guys are being chugged along by that kid, but well, at least he's getting work done. I hope he's paying you guys well.
I would like to mention that Mordred
I
is
think so.
uncomfortable given her race. But that is not to be wholly unexpected.
Comfortable.
She does take note of that, and she's just like, "You got this. You have a problem? Do we have a problem here?"
Mordred
not
just,
worry about
like,
him.
Glances at her, no, and then doesn't look at her the rest of the time.
Yasha's just confused by this exchange.
So very confused, just like shakes her head. Anyways, yes, I've been called upon, brought out here by that oaf to come meet you guys. Apparently, we're out looking for a relic, and he's tasked me with having you guys help find it. So, I will be helping you from here on out for the time being. Perhaps it's a bit convenient since Caiaphas is on medical leave. But in any case, I have done what Caiaphas has asked, and I've set us up for an entry into Brosnov. So, while you'll be over there, you'll be working with me. Directly, almost, in most cases.
Mordorin is thrilled.
Well, I definitely want to know a bit more about that, but that can wait, I think. We have a lot of decompressing to do,
Well,
if you don't mind.
you're working for Caiaphas. I don't blame you. Clyde speaks up and he's like, "Yeah, we were hoping we could, resolve things here and maybe give it a week and then come back and just start getting things together." And Tessa turns around and she's like, "A week? Oh, God. All right." And she turns back to you guys and she says, "Well, it was a pleasure meeting you guys, and I'll be around town for the time, as long as I have to be here. But we'll definitely be keeping contact."
Certainly.
And with that, she nods and she kind of turns to Clyde and she says, "I want to see him." And Clyde's just like, "He's not to have visitors for now." And she's just like, "I don't care. I'm gonna go see him." And he's just like, "If that man's awake, I'm gonna beat him back to a coma."
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Clyde tentatively
Excited.
dismisses Tessa and tells her, "I'll see what I can do," and kind of, waves her off to go wait until he's done speaking with you guys. So he does come and ask you. So, I guess this is the part where Caiaphas usually talks to you guys on what happened, and I guess this is where he kind of asks for the results. I'm sorry.
The debrief? Yes.
This is usually business he tends to, but everything kind of happens so suddenly we haven't been able to really recover since the week this whole mess started.
I imagine you're doing your best considering the circumstances.
Yeah,
They're not
tell me.
ideal.
Yeah, this whole
But,
city's
yes.
been in a panic, and not just us. There's been, well, I won't say more until afterwards. What do we got? What do we got here?
Usually Mordorin does the debrief. Mordorin just looking at Lamine like, It's good luck.
Oh boy.
Boy.
You want?
Yasha's
She's like, "You
actually
want me to
looking
do
at
it?"
Mordrin.
Okay.
Yasha's just waiting, looking at Mordrin expectantly, like, oh, is he gonna do it?
No, Murder just looks at me. Lamina just says, you got this.
Oh,
How much do you already know about why we went down to that dig site and everything that might be surrounding it?
All I know is that, according to Caiaphas, that whole site is a hotbed for relics, and that we sent you in there to make sure we could scoop it up before anyone else would get their hands on it.
Oh, it
And,
was a hotbed for something, all right.
Oh, so you found a relic?
Kind. I don't know. Not quite a relic, I don't think. Not the kind of relics we're looking for. We definitely found something.
What you guys find?
The Vault of Night,
Vault of Night. Ponders that
buried
for a
beneath a
moment.
city.
Well, you understand there was a big settlement down there, but I've never heard of anything called the Vault of Night.
It was under the settlement.
You're saying that there was
Buried
something
beneath a buried city.
beneath the buried city? Huh. You seem kind of like
Yep.
ponder on this. Interesting. Well, I suppose if there was a vault of sorts, it would be kept below the city, but you say there was a Vault of Night? I've never heard of anything like that, and well, I know my Collustan history fairly well.
Was it?
uh,
Mm,
Yasha will mention about the big Vinton man.
The big Vinton
yeah,
man.
that's something that Yasha would know more about.
Yeah, he would step in and he would recant the tale of
King of Night.
the King of
Okay.
Night.
Yeah.
And everything that entails.
That's interesting. Well, I know a thing or two about some Vinton folklore. I've never heard too much on the King of Night, but yeah, I guess whatever's down there, that's kind of an interesting way to put it. However, if those ruins are as old as they are, and you say that the King of Night are as old as he is, then that would mean that the Vinton have been here for at least 500 more years than when they initially landed.
At least some of them, yeah.
Yeah, the Vinton only came here like only about 5 centuries ago. For them to have been here even longer, or at least even a contingent, that's interesting. Although I do understand why the name Fjordheim now comes to mind. Vinton have an interesting thing, particularly those of ancient times. Their naming conventions are often in the spirit of past heroes and warriors and other mythological or mythos figures from their own stories and culture. And in some cases, while I may not be the expert on this field, but from what I've understood, sometimes Vinton will happen upon a place that other Vinton have been to and have performed great feats, and while there may have never been a settlement or any signs of Vinton life, the name is tied to the place in one way or another. So I suppose that's where they may have came up with the name Fjordheim. They may have never known that the Vinton king came here, or that the mythos may have taken place here, should the King of Night, as you mentioned, is the very same one from mythos. But perhaps in some way his legacy lived on and was carried back to the lands he roamed. But this is all speculation, really.
Can't say too much. It seemed he was a prisoner there as much as, well, anything else might be.
Quite interesting. And you said this man guarded the Age of Night, a box, or guarded the prison?
He guarded a key, specifically.
I see.
Would Morton like to bring out the box?
Would
Bring out
Mortar
that
like
box.
to bring out the box?
Bring out the box.
Oh.
I think a physical thing might help here.
Bring out the box. Bring
be
out...
telling
Mortar
Cypher-
just looks at Lamine and looks hesitant to bring out the box.
We'd be telling Cyphus this if he were here. This will also explain why we knew that Cyphus was in trouble, incidentally.
Yes, but I'd rather not give two people heart attacks, but, well, it can't be helped. And he brings out the open and broken box with the key in tow.
I see. So this is the night prison that you guys were talking about.
That is correct.
That's interesting. The night prison. The Age of Nights. King Fior. We have no records of any of this happening anywhere here. This is so bizarre. Interesting. This is something that the research group will have to be looking into. Cyphus works himself tirelessly, but he's not the only one that works on these things, you know, so I'll definitely be able to help him out and work with this. Tessa will also be helping with us as well, but hers will be more conducive field work, helping you, to be exact.
Okay.
I can't wait.
There is a final thing.
What's that?
The mage that we were meeting with, Ilma, she took her group and went east about halfway through our trip.
Packed up and left? Why?
There seemed to have been some kind of time discrepancy between with us being down there and up above. We were evidently gone for a week, but for us it definitely did not seem like that much time had passed. Perhaps a day at most, but
Well,
2 days after we went down there, she packed up and left. And then the order came in.
Order? Knights?
They rolled in soon after. Apparently they got into a lot of conflict with the local lizard folk.
Point takes out a journal that none of you have seen before.
What's this?
We're also kind of like used to like outmordering things, of course.
Yeah. And flips to the back and basically shows Clyde the symbol of the Order of the Red Lady, right?
Yep. Order of the
Yep.
Red Lady.
Yep. And he says this was found from a lackey of Ilma's that followed us down there.
A lackey, you say? How
He
strange.
seemed pretty earnest and actually wanting to look at the ruins, but he died.
Oh. I'd
Not
say
by our
it's
doing. Failed contraption killed him.
I'd say that's a great shame, but I'm really confused. So he was a spy?
Mordred gives
possibly.
him the book for him to see for himself.
Or for her to see for themselves.
No,
Clyde.
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 Okay.
He
Mordred
does
gives him
flip
the
through
book.
pages. Interesting. Reports, findings, it's all here. It looks like
Yeah,
it's,
these findings.
it looks like he's been noting logs here and sharing a communique with some of the Bastion Knights as well. Did Ilma know about this?
That's one thing that I'm I'm on the fence about at the moment.
What makes you say that?
Well, Mordred kind of gives two theories. One, she's in on it. Second, she knew about it and was going to report it to Caiaphas.
Well, then did she go east? Wouldn't she have just come back here? And why would she
At this
leave?
point, Mordred
out of
introduces
nowhere?
another thing that nobody has seen before, and it's the sealed letter Ilma gave to him.
This is from
Oh, yeah,
Ilma,
the
you
thing
said?
that was meant for Cyphus?
Yes. And Mordred says, this is a letter that Ilma gave to me for only Caiaphas to see?
Well, Caiaphas is unfortunately disposed of. I will be reporting all of this on his behalf. You have my word. And with that, he unseals the letter. And he opens,
Yep.
and there is a note inside that he begins to read. He will share the information with you, so I'll go ahead and I'll read the letter aloud. To which to which he, which it says. So, Caiaphas, it has been yet another strange week. There's definitely something going on here, something bigger than just these dangerous relics. I know of it. I've been having them, these dreams. I've been seeing it. I spoke to the man. This time I could actually communicate with him. He told me some very, very terrifying news. He told me something was going to happen, something big. At first I didn't believe him, but after what I saw, after the things happening here, he was able to recite every moment that I've noticed perfectly. Everything he said so far, it's been true. This isn't just a theory. I'm not being tricked or lied to. Something big is happening, and we have to be careful. I fear for your health, and for the safety of others. Please, do be careful. I'm going to be moving east. Your adventurers will be grabbing the relic within. He's told me that that they will open up something from an age that we never knew of, something called the Age of Night. Something that chaos and terror that once roamed the land. However, we should be able to manage that. Things will be uncertain, but if all comes right, we'll be able to unfold this mystery. We'll be able to undo whatever greater power seeks to plunge this realm into darkness. Something far more devastating than the burning war.
Third theory.
There's more. There's more.
Yeah, I know. But still already like, oh, a third theory. You didn't freaking know at all.
A game theory.
A game theory. It does mention that there is a bit of a warning that she adds to the writing, which is I know that you're doing everything you can to keep these things under wrap, but I fear that fate itself works its way to let them be shown to the world. It's as if they serve such a purpose. We might not be able to stop the burning war in its entirety from returning if that case falls. However, we should take it to an advantage and be sure that these weapons still do not fall to the wrong hands. Do be careful. Not everyone can be trusted. I already know of one spy, and I've sent him down. Hopefully when the party returns, it'll be resolved, but I'm only going on the words of the man.
Well, there's a spy.
Don't worry, we got him.
Yep, don't worry, we got him. Oh, Mortar feels vindictive right now.
I'm going to tell the adventurers to come to go back to you, and hopefully you'll know the next steps to take. I'm headed east to meet with the steppe folk. Their tribe, as I have been told, will be able to resolve one of these greater evils, and will be able to hopefully take another step in the right direction. These are dangerous times. We're walking a razor's edge and we never even knew about it. But now I can do something that can really, really help us. I'll be making contact with you in the near future. Stay safe. From Ilma.
Oh. Oh.
Well,
Yeah, Mortarin's like, well, I guess my theory, one of them is sound.
seems so.
Oh.
Clyde is like kind of taken aback by this, and he's just like, I'm so lost. But suddenly things are kind of making sense. That magic, he hesitates and he sort of reiterates that force, whatever attacked Caiaphas. Maybe I should start mentioning some of the things that happened while you were gone. You see, Caiaphas wasn't the only one that suddenly fell over into a near deathly state. We had gotten information that several other figureheads, people of import, had also been seemingly struck ill or in similarly symptomatic ways, or similarly described ways, had fallen in some way. King Charleguer fell ill around the same time as we watched Caiaphas had fallen over. The prince is up in arms about this, and, well, we've been hearing plenty of that. Brosnov itself has, never been a stable place, but something happened, no doubt to their leadership, as it feels like the hornet's nest been kicked. And, everything's been gone quite awry over there in their leadership. Even the Corsair pirates, who have been fairly regular in their organization, have gone into disarray, as some of our port watch has reported. So something certainly came out to reach out to us, and it seems like it's all connected to whatever was going on down there, and probably with this. So you're saying you saved Caiaphas with this, yes?
Correct. Unless it was an impeccably timed coincidence, we did.
Well, I guess that could make some sense. I just have one small question. Who is this man you're all talking about?
He calls himself the World Walker.
Interesting.
Speaking of, the World Walker mentioned a name. I, for the fucking life of me, cannot pronounce it. It started with an A, I think. He mentioned that it was dying.
Oh, Azyondir?
Yes. Morden will say the World Walker said that name that I just heard and I still can't repeat.
The age of
Azyondir.
As he mentioned, the age of Azyondir draws its final breath.
Yeah. So, it's like, is that a person? Is that a place? Is that a thing?
Clyde,
what the fuck is that?
Clyde is hauntingly uncomfortable at the mention of this name. And he says Azyondir is the Archmage. However, he doesn't go by that name anymore. That was an old name that he used to call himself, but then in, more recent times he went by another name. Only a handful of us actually know that name, and none of us use that in regular communication. We just go by his regular name, or we just simply call him the Archmage.
Yeah.
That scares me.
Murder just kind of goes, yeah. So that is exactly the kind of person we've been talking to. Something old and possibly as ancient as him.
So you're telling me this guy that you guys met, that contacted Ilma in her dreams, knows Azyondir by his old name, and is telling us that he is drawing his final breath. This does not make me comfortable in the slightest.
Welcome to my world.
Would it help if we told you that she wasn't the only one having him appear in their dreams?
He was speaking to you in your dreams as well?
Spoke to all of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We thought it was just some weird thing going on. was until
guess
that we got down there that we started.
Unfortunate for Clyde, it sounds like tonight he's gonna need a Tums festival.
Clyde is just like.
Murder just kind of goes, hey, do you want to know even more bad news?
Clyde is just like, man, I do not envy Caiaphas for this job.
You
Yeah.
can take it back.
Just wake up, please.
Zap him, wake up!
Take it back.
Save-
Take it back.
Yeah. Yeah, Clyde is very much just like I wouldn't say disturbed, but definitely like he's perturbed by
Increasingly
taking
tired.
all this. And is just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This man was not ready for the news you just hit him with.
Yeah.
And then he's thinking to himself, fuck me, this is what Caiaphas has to do on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to sit down for this.
He's just like, oh my god. Well, this is all really, really grim news. I realize the urgency of things that, of these things. However, I think given the position we are in, there's not much we can do. So the week that we have before, well, Tessa comes and collects you guys for your transportation to Brosnov, take the time off. Relax. Do whatever you need to decompress. Seriously, please do. Because it looks like what we're getting ourselves into is going to be very big, and we need to be at our best for this. So,
Yeah.
in any case, you have the time off for now. We will reconvene here after a week. I'm hoping Caiaphas will have recovered, at least is able to speak with some of us and meet with you guys. But I cannot promise you guys anything for the time. However,
Not a worry.
yeah. I hate to leave this off on bad news, but given our circumstances and everything, unfortunately, we have been kind of working round the clock. We don't have your payment quite ready yet. I hope you understand and we can pay you before your leave. Is that going to be alright?
I have no problem with that.
No problem.
Cool. I mean, not that we were charging you, but free food and drinks at the Golden Home. As you know, I run it.
At the moment, I'm not terribly concerned about the matter of pay all that much.
Alright. Well,
Especially since we got $2,000 in the
Not mention
prison.
that. Let's not mention.
Yeah, we don't mention that though.
But yeah, we don't mention
Don't
that. But
mention
yeah,
that.
yeah,
We cut that.
you don't mention the $2,000 per person in the prison.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. We're still broke. Totally.
In any case,
Not
Well, I'm
like
probably gonna be.
broke in the first place.
unless there's any other business you wish to conduct, you guys are all dismissed. I'll see you guys in a week.
Good
I'll
luck.
see you guys in a week. We'll meet back then. Feel free to use the tower's facilities at your leisure. I'm of
Good.
course always available, and as are most of the others. Tessa is in town. Do feel free to make use of her knowledge. She's not been to Valvadiri in some time, but she is still an archmage. She's still one of the archmage's finest wizards, and she still knows her way around the town and can definitely help you. Her attitude might be a little cold and distant, but she's quite a good person.
Oh, I'm sure.
Understood.
She is.
In any case, I have a bar to run, so I'll see you guys at the Golden Home.
Fair enough.
And
Oh,
with
shit.
that, hmm?
Hold on. We never mentioned how much gold we got from. No, oh no, wait, you were there. Weren't you when we got that gold?
Yeah, you got all your money earlier.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean like
yeah.
to Shadow.
Yeah,
It's like,
Shadow.
oh,
Yeah,
There was no money when Shadow was out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Oh.
saying,
Oh no, I wouldn't have mentioned it in person. Like no, this is me, the player, just like
We
yeah, we
ju-
got like $2,000.
this is when you stomp on his foot when he says that.
yeah, that would have been my face.
Morty would not mention the gold. He would not. It would just be like, no, we're too tired to give a damn about gold at the moment. It's fine.
Yeah.
Poor Clyde, because Mortar's not going to be listening to that advice of just decompress.
Yep. So yeah, what do you guys do?
I'm going to immediately start dragging Yasha to the golden home for a bath.
I mean, Lamine's gonna be doing something similar. She's immediately doing two things: taking a bath and washing her armor and clothing, and mending it too,
All right.
getting her stowing out. That's what she's gonna do. Get everything clean, because boy, it needs to get cleaned.
Boy.
Boy, does it need
Boy, she needs to get cleaned. Boy, does her things need to get cleaned.
Screams the whole way.
Has Scythe
Have fun, Yasha.
mentioned a
Ah!
Oh shit! Right.
tiefling woman?
Oh well.
Oh,
Caiaphas is out. Clyde
Yeah.
hadn't quite mentioned anything. However,
Yeah.
That's right. I'm
Caiaphas
asking
did.
directly.
Caiaphas. Oh, so player to player. So you know that Ophelia is gonna be back. She's gonna be in town. She's gonna have a room at the Golden Home. She's gonna be with you.
Wait, she's here.
Yeah,
Thank
Ophelia's here. She's here, safe and sound.
Thank you, fucking brother. Oh my god, that is such a relief. I'm murdering right now to hear that. Oh my god, yes.
Oh,
But yeah, off to drag Yasha over to get his bath. Oh, I guess I have 4 things to do before the night's over then.
Alright, so you're going to mend up your stuff and take a bath. Lamine, Mordorin, you are dragging Yasha to go get washed up.
Yep.
Yasha, you're getting washed up.
Screams.
And Poverty, what are you doing then? I'm sure you want
going
to
to the
go.
golden home.
You're gonna want to see your sister.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I will visit after I get Yasha and myself cleaned up.
I mean, it's all gonna be at the Golden Home.
Yeah.
So you pretty much all go and meet at the Golden Home. Clyde is already there, and he's just like, "Hey, long time no see."
Yeah, totally. Not like just.
Laughs and then sighs heavily.
Yep. Unlike my usual thing where you guys have that whole like decompress thing, like you spend and you do the stuff. I'm actually gonna do away with the system for this since we're transitioning. So you guys basically have you have a week to do X, Y, and Z. So yeah, party. What do you wish to do?
Screams.
I. You should have a list of the things that I'm gonna be looking to do
Mhm.
at minimum. That's what I want to do.
Okay. I'm sure you guys have a
Like-
lot to do because
Oh, yes.
while Clyde hasn't really expressed it, you guys are gonna be in Brosnov for a while. He didn't directly express it, but he definitely left that impression of you're not gonna be seeing Valvadiri for quite a bit.
It did kind of seem like that. Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. Well, who wants to give Peter their list first?
I mean, he
Like
has
in
mine.
order.
Yeah. Party.
I'm just gonna go and subtract the money things that I have in that thing.
All right. By the way, your guys' orders for stuff has come in.
Oh.
Yep. I believe.
Wait, even mine?
Yes, yours came in.
How much do I owe you for that?
Let's see. How much did we set that at? I know you
You
talked to
never
me.
told me because we rolled for it and you didn't tell me what it got reduced by.
Oh yes. Now I remember.
I
What was
rolled
the?
one success.
Let's see.
I was supposed to roll another time, but you didn't tell me what that roll was.
Go ahead
I
and
don't
roll
know.
me an investigation check.
Investigation.
What about an instigation check?
Instigation check. 10.
10. Okay. So it'll be a slight reduction from that. I just need to see the base price of how much we set it at, and then I could do
Yeah.
my math. Where did we have it set at initially? I think it was at 4K. So given the reduction of that, it's gonna be 1,500.
1,500 for what I want?
Yes. Because I remember
I'll
you
take
rolled
it.
several successes.
I'll take it. Okay. 1,500, so that is...
God, that was so long ago.
Alright. Well, now I have 2 presents to give. Oh shit, that reminds me. Time to have that conversation with Yasha. Hey Yasha, remember that that pole that we stole from that lady?
Nuts.
Can I have it back?
I
Because I want to give it back to the lady.
will go with you.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. So that's one thing we have to do, Peter. We're returning Lady Yvonne's staff to her.
Alright, well, so you'll make a little day trip for that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yasha and Mordorin can bond.
Very well. Poverty? What do you plan to do for, the small time being?
Obviously, see Ophelia, and um, at some point, I plan on visiting a shop and getting just spending some gold on possibly a weapon or some better armor, like a new weapon or better armor.
Okay. You could do
I would hold off. I would
Oh.
hold off on weapon for now until until I get this weapon back. Go over to Yvonne, or Lady Yvonne.
Very well. So a little bit of shopping from Poverty. We'll do that in a little bit. Lamine, did you have anything? So what do you plan to do? Because I know you had some ideas.
Upgrading my armor.
All right.
A shield harness. Actually, a couple things that I don't really need to do because we can just hand wave RPG things, but I kind of want to. There's some aesthetic things that I want to do, and also just I like making it make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So get a scabbard for the new sword so that she can actually wear it on her back and be able to draw it.
Cool.
A heater shield and a harness so that she can just put it up on her arm to keep it out of the way so she can wield two-handed weapons. But if she wants to go sword and board, she's able to just drop it down.
Okay.
Yeah. It's basically ways so that she can easily swap between sword and boarding and two-handed if it seems prudent or if she wants more protection.
All right.
Giving Roland money, which I've already subtracted the price of the plate armor and Roland money. So he's getting 800 gold.
Ooh, 800. Okay, let me.
Oh, if we're doing this kind of list, I'll have to give
I had
mine later.
yeah. So just I've also subtracted the price of the shield. You just need to tell me how much it might be to like get the scabbard in.
The scabbard. Um, for that I'll do 50 gold. But it'll be like a really nice, fine quality scabbard. Some
yeah.
masterwork.
Good.
They
'Cause
they
she's
they
also
look at and this thing ain't just like a sock for your
Yeah.
sword. This is like a really nicely put together scabbard, and it even has some like very ornate decorations on it. Like you're paying for some premium stuff.
good. Because the part of what also because I imagine I mean Lamine isn't really changing her armor that much.
Mm-hmm.
So a significant amount of the cost is also going to be I'm just gonna say as making it look better. I guess more aesthetically.
Okay.
More aesthetic improvements to her armor,
Alrighty.
which is her buying lots of just fancy things, to put it
Decorations.
simply. Decorations, yeah.
See? Decorations,
Oh.
engravings. Alrighty.
Yeah, the
Should
biggest
I? Okay, good.
the biggest visual upgrade is she now is wearing, or her armor incorporates a capelet that she will
Ooh.
be wearing under the shield thing, as
Alright.
well as full plate armor protection for her legs and arms, and rondels, large rondels, because rondels are cool and
Rondels are
and
cool.
very useful,
Yay!
which are probably have significant amounts of like engravings on them or something. They're not just flat metal discs. They got some spice to them,
Excellent.
making
Alrighty.
herself look fancy. She's paying a lot of money for it, so she's gonna look good doing it.
I want the best cape you got.
Yep. Well, you guys are definitely got the money, and now's the
Yeah,
best
we-
time for it.
Yep.
So her armor dress is gonna look fly as fuck now.
Excellent.
yeah.
Is there any NPCs you guys want to interact? I mean, I know you're gonna be interacting with Lady Yvonne, Yasha, and Mordorin.
I can't think of anyone at the moment. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Did you want to interact with Roland for firearms?
You did
There is
want to
that,
learn
yeah, I
training with Roland, so
Didn't want to get some gun training.
I would also like to put in that Yasha would also like to do that as well, though.
very well.
But I don't know how long the time duration is. I don't think Lady Yvonne would take the entirety of everything.
No. It'll be
she's
like
here, that's
Yeah.
why.
it'll be a day's travel, or actually no, I think she's back in town. So
Yeah, she's back in town.
Yeah,
she
she's
said
back
she
in
was
town.
moving back to town,
She's
so
coming
it'll
back
be
to
even
town.
less.
So yeah, it'll be just a day of meeting with her, and then another day of just traveling, because you know how nobles are. Nobles
Yeah.
they make a thing of it.
There's like a
But it's been like
minor
2-3 weeks at this point, so hopefully.
Yeah, she like you're gonna give her this thing, and I'm presuming you're gonna be like, "Hey, we found this, and we know this belongs to you." So, and obviously we didn't steal it. You're not gonna tell her that you stole it. You're gonna probably tell her
Yeah.
like, that dickhead assassin. We found it from him, and
Yeah. Which technically is not a lie, because we actually met him on the way back here.
Yeah.
So it's
You,
like,
you saw
yeah,
Calic
that
on the ship, and you could probably just say we ran into him, and we have it now.
Yeah, and
it's
I can
basically
imagine.
correct.
Yeah, I can imagine Mordrin's like, just let me do all the talking. Yasha's like, okay.
In any case, you guys pretty much spend the day enjoying yourselves and sharing some cake and tea with the noble woman.
Yay.
I guess it would be a minor thing of practicing with the sword, or at least maybe not that sword specifically, but like a two-handed practice sword.
Okay.
One, because she hasn't used the sword like that in a while, and two, I don't know if I've actually talked about it before, but she wears clamshell gauntlets for her armor, which is it makes wielding a sword a little bit more awkward.
Yeah.
So she's trying to get used to it again, because there's a lot of things you can't quite do as easily or at all because you can't move your fingers, and that's been a problem because she's been using an axe, which is just kind of
don't
like
need too much fancy work with that. Yeah.
yeah. But so she's doing some practicing, which is probably just like wearing. I mean, she's not gonna like go full suit just putting on her gauntlets, but getting used to the feel of using a two-handed sword with clamshell gauntlets.
And then
I have
Poverty.
written down my list.
Excellent. Poverty, you meet with your dear sister, Ophelia.
Oh shit, I gotta meet with her too.
Of course.
Eventually.
Gotta make sure that your brother held up his good word.
Yes, that's mostly it. Just be like, hey, Ophelia, hi, that was my brother that you're with. Did he do anything?
Ophelia will probably just say, like, well, he talked about how amazing you are, so how's that?
He what?
Yeah, he said he told a bunch of really good, interesting stories about you.
I am curious and afraid of what that is. Yes, that's what the meme was. she,
Oh,
she just wore clamshells.
well, I mean, it seems like he's a really good brother of yours, because he spoke very highly about you, and honestly, I'm really happy that you were able to help out my sister and get me here.
Oh, I well, I mean, it's my fault that she's even here in the first place, but I'm glad you're safe.
Yep. Poverty, you have your sister who is more than happy to see you alive and well. And she's definitely very curious about the city, since I'm presuming you guys have never been to this city. Like, much like you, she has never been to this city before. Oh,
Shen? I'm not Shen.
Hmm?
Shadow?
Hello, that is me.
did we lose
You're Shadow.
did we lose
Shadow.
Shadow? What
Oh,
the
no.
hell is that hat?
Shell helmet.
It's a clam
Hat.
hat. It's a clam hat.
I'm
What?
Shat.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
You had gotten kind of quiet, but yeah, you have reunited with your dear sister.
Ophelia, I thought I'd never see you again.
Yep. She's super happy
Nice.
that you are alive and healthy, and that you were able to meet again. Presumably, much like you, she's never seen Valvadiri, and is genuinely curious about what this all is. What is this place? I've always heard other things about Valvadiri and about how it's kind of a terrible place, but you know, I've
Oh,
yet to,
that's
she was just like she's yet to really encounter anything bad.
definitely not Brosnov.
Absolutely not Brosnov.
It is not Brosnov. And in like a week, you'll be back in Brosnov. Lovely.
Lovely.
But in any case, is there anything you'd like to do? Perhaps with your sister, or, you know.
Just have our touching reunion.
Aww.
Aw.
Yay! They're together again.
Well, one thing's for sure, you can definitely go around the city. There's a lot of interesting places that even Clyde would recommend himself personally, including the downtown market, Old Square. Unlike Caiaphas in the first session for you guys, Clyde actually gives you proper directions and is able to help you navigate this place, and even gives you some pocket change to help you out. Here's what I'll do for you, Poverty, for a thing on top of your shopping spree and stuff. You basically take the time to kind of relax with your sister and go around town, and you kind of learn the lovely wonders of the city. You go to the downtown area where all the cool wizards like to hang out, and you go to the butcher shop, or the butcher's deli, the one that Saif has actually recommended himself personally. And you go and you see this very interesting square, which is almost labyrinthine, or labyrinthine. But you're able to navigate with the help of Clyde's instructions and usage of a magical letter that Caiaphas had similarly used for the party. and it guides you straight to the shop. And unlike with the first order regarding Caiaphas having you guys fetch some sandwiches for himself and for the rest of the party, this was before you came along, of course, Shadow. In the first session, Caiaphas was just like, "Let's meet up after a meal." And he gave the party a letter to go to this like deli that's in the downtown area. However, he did not tell the party that in order to get through the downtown area, you have to use the letter material of the envelope to guide yourself through the town because it has a magical nature that tends to turn you around very easily.
Yeah.
Clyde is a lot nicer and tells you this specifically so you don't get lost and actually have a wonderful time. And you were able to get through. You're greeted by the deli owner, who is actually, when you mentioned to him about Clyde sending you here, he has a similarly amicable, similarly kind tone about Clyde as he does about Caiaphas, but definitely is like, yeah, that one's a nice one. He's a good one. I'm glad that he sent you and not Caiaphas, because you guys probably would have been wandering in circles for at least an hour before you found this place. But in any case, you are treated to some of the finest deli sandwiches you may have probably ever tasted outside of Brosnov. Actually, outside of Brosnov, it is a fact. You have never tasted anything this good.
What about outside of Godless?
Arguably, that's a debate. I don't know. Maybe that's what Dima wants. He wants this deli place. The man loves that sandwich.
Heated sandwich argument.
Yep, heated sandwich
real.
debate. In any case, yeah. This you have yourselves like the most amazing sandwich. The best part about it, you barely even have to eat like half the sandwich to feel full. Like it's filling and it's really good. I am actually getting hungry talking about the sandwich and I haven't even described it yet.
Session's over. I'm gonna go get
Session's
food.
over. I'm gonna go
Sandwich.
eat. Of course, it is of whatever variety. If it's a BLT that you guys want, then it's a BLT you get. However, the ingredients are so rich and fresh that it's just mouth-wateringly delicious. But yeah. So after that, you spend a good deal wandering the downtown district and observing the wonders of the market square as you see the downtown area and notice the interesting structure of a big central building in the plaza that just sort of like blocks off some of it, but you can go around in the big square and you see all the various market stalls of various shops holding interesting things like little bits of jewelry and other odds and ends, while others are selling oversized versions of just food like turkey legs the size of your head, or what are those called? The bread, like the bread bowl, like a soup bread bowl broth, like
Ripples.
yeah, bread bowls, just like the size of a fucking pumpkin, like
Why does it
massive.
do in pumpkins?
Hey man, they make a good comparison. Anyways,
You gotta give him to a bear.
yeah, you gotta give them to a bear. So yeah, after that you wander around the city and find yourself by the port. Actually, let me transition this over to the actual city real quick. So we'll do the BRB and
BRBLBLT.
mm-hmm. Bam. All right, back to D&D. Cool. So yeah, you're able to wander from the downtown square and make your way to the Fisher's Harbor as you watch the ships come and go. Many of the smaller fishing vessels kind of parked up, while you see large military ships just sort of sitting out in the water, sort of on watch. These are not so much Valvadiri ships that these military ships are, but more bastion ships. However, they just sit anchored in port, but not in the docks. And yeah, you kind of get a feel for this place. It's a wonderful place, really. It's very calming. Everywhere you go, it's just people are very friendly and happy. And yeah, I don't know what else to add, really. It's a pretty impressive sight. You can see
I
the
love a place.
sky. You can see the sky out here,
And that guy,
very clear. And yeah, as the sun sets, it is a beautiful hue of pink and orange, as as it as it descends down under the water.
how nice.
Place.
Yep. Ophelia
Sounds like a-
honestly loves this place.
Yeah.
Much better than a sewer.
Yep.
Ah, beats it by a mile.
In any case, that is your experience around the town. So that's about like a day or maybe a few more if you guys pretty much just you and Ophelia just kind of spend the time on top of your shopping, which we'll do outside of game.
Yeah. Especially since I got something to give to poverty.
All
And
right.
Lemmy. Who wants to go
Um,
first?
Mordrin,
Oh,
sounds like
that's
you have a
you.
list of things, so you go
I
ahead.
do. That's the most pressing one. He's also going to be, even though Clyde was like, no, don't research it. He's gonna start researching about basically what the fuck he unleashed into the fucking world.
Gotta look into it.
Yep. And then also because of the week, Mordor's gonna realize shit is weird. He's gonna be researching about that as well. Specifically with his newfounded spells that he is confused by.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically being dad and making sure everybody's okay. While also running himself ragged through the research. So it's like, are you okay? Everybody looks at Mordor. Are you okay?
Are you okay though?
Mordor's not okay.
Though? Mordrin is seldom okay.
If Mordor's okay, then you know you're having a very good day. But yeah.
Yep.
Well, besides the Lady Ivana meeting Ophelia, which already was done. Hooray!
Yep.
We had tea.
So
And
you
it was
wanted to give
great.
your
There'll be some point
and then your gifts, yeah.
where
Yes.
imagine Lamine will run into Ophelia at some point. She'll just say hi in passing. It's like, hello,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
You
one
guys-
of
You get
Poverty's
acquainted with
traveling companions.
yes. You get acquainted
Yay.
with Poverty
And Ophelia.
or Ophelia, yeah. Poverty and
Yeah.
Ophelia.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad she is okay. And everything's good.
Life is good.
Yeah. Yeah. Whose thing should I give first?
That's on you.
I'm gonna roll a D1. D1, D2,
D1.
I guess.
D1.
D2.
Ha! I don't know.
Alright, Lamine go first.
Cool.
Lamine.
You rolled a 1 on a D1. Amazing.
You rolled a one.
Damn, I always
Probably
roll
like
ones on
halfway
these.
through the week. Damn, I can't believe it. You rolled
It's-
a 1.
I really rolled a 1.
It's just a piece of paper with 1 on it.
Oh my god.
That's all
One.
Lamine
Damn
gets,
it.
is a piece of paper with 1. Probably how it's gonna go is
He's
just that
very
Mordor's so
confused.
busy that he's just like, oh shit, right, I have to give this to Lamine. So like halfway through the week, just Lamine gets a knock on her door.
Oh boy.
And you just hear something like thump against the other side of the door, and Mordor just leaves.
Mordred headbutts the door down.
Oh
Oh,
no,
God.
no Crom Robin C support.
Nope, not this time.
Not
How about
this
that
time.
support though?
How about all their supports? I opened the door though, just like what the hell?
And basically a painting is just on the side on your door,
Pick it up. Just like what?
and it's a picture of Lamine.
Huh?
You.
That is adorable. Hmm.
Yeah, and Morden's already gone.
Mm.
She's gonna go find
Very
him.
good. This is gonna find a nice spot on the fridge.
You get the top
Mordrin
part of the
is
fridge.
Mordrin is just in his room with just books that either the either the Mage's Tower let him actually take home to the Golden Home, or he's looking over Varen's notes because he still has that. He has all
Yep.
of his notes. So yeah, he's just poring over all of that.
I was gonna do this later, but since she just got a present from him, she's like, you know what? Now's a good time for this.
Hey, I'll have my vengeance.
Kind of. Not. Yeah.
Vengeance
Keats
is
understands.
mine.
So,
Yep, I know.
because
Please
Lamine's been working
understand.
on these things too. Chill. So Morden will get a knock on his door himself, probably soon after that. If he books it right back to his room, then it's gonna be like 5 minutes and Lamine
Yeah.
is not.
Mordrin just kind of looks at the door like, why is she knocking on the door? Oh no. And Mordrin's probably gonna pretend he's not in there.
Morderin!
Oh no, Mom's gonna get mad if I don't answer the door.
I know you're in there.
Oh no, she knows I'm in there.
Starts screaming.
It's the Shining. Just axe starts going through
Ah!
door. Here's Lamine.
What? We're gonna try one more time to be like, okay, I'm not in here. Definitely not in here. See if that tricks Mom.
Great sword.
Well,
Go through the door.
Bang! Door's kicked in. No, she doesn't knock again. So I mean, Lamine, or he can't see it, but Lamine is not mad. She's more of like, yep, that's more than things.
Yep. And probably eventually Mordrin just looks out the door while Lamine is right there just to see if she left. Mordrin looks at her. Shit.
No, she's not. No, she slept. She would have left.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Though
Oh, she left.
there would be something on the floor.
What's on the floor?
There is a bundle of a matching silk and knitted cloak and scarf
Oh,
with pink and blue patterning.
aw, he picked it up and he's just like, oh, this is so nice.
Yeah.
Except not as excited as me, because it's Mordrin. He's just like, oh,
Because
this
it's
is so nice.
Yeah.
Aw.
Oh, nice.
Probably later, Lamine will just get a little thank you.
Oh my god. Now she needs to go find Poverty and Goshta now though, because she's like, well,
Yeah.
might as well give their gift to.
Yeah, Mordrin will be wearing his gift.
So,
Yeah.
I guess we'll just go alphabetically, or not? Yeah, we'll go alphabetically. Poverty.
Yes.
At some point, Lamine will find you, and she'll give you a like Mordrin. It's a matching cloak and scarf, but yours is black and purple.
Oh, Lamine, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
You're very welcome, dear. I enjoy doing things like this.
She's just like shocked at a loss for words. Like, This is probably the first time she's ever gotten something that she didn't steal.
As an
She's
aside,
about
what
to
are
get-
your sister's favorite colors?
You're about to get two.
I'm gonna guess hers are. Never really thought of it, so on the fly, I'm gonna say she's a little more brighter than Poverty is. Um,
Well, I'm sure Poverty's plenty smart.
no, not that way. Just more positive.
Yeah.
Um,
You can think about it if you want, because
yeah, I'll have to think.
Poverty would assumably know better than you might as a player. I don't
So-
need it right now because it's not like Lamine is going to be able to get this done in like a couple days.
It's something
Yeah.
you can DM about it if you don't have an answer now.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
about
gonna say like green.
Ooh.
tentative green.
She would
Okay.
she'd be a big fan of green.
All of that for now. Oh, okay. So, 2 gifts done. Yasha,
You'd have
whatever you're doing,
you'd probably catch him right before he leaves. Again.
oh, Yasha,
Just what? I mean,
she hands you like before, a matching set, but these are green and brown.
oh, the scarf, right?
Yep, scarf and cloak.
He looks at it for a long moment before looking back, like,
These are
these
yours.
are very nice. Oh,
They're yours. I made them for you.
just takes them. Wow. These are very nice. Thank you.
That's
I
a
will make-
Yasha thing.
Yeah, and then he just nods and he's like, "Yes, I'll get you something back."
Not necessary.
It is nods.
Fair enough. He pats his head.
Watches Lemmy leave, and then he goes out into the woods
There he
because
goes.
he was tired of Amogus.
God damn it. Don't go out too long. You still got your firearm training.
Yeah, well, that would be before. This would be after firearm training for sure. Or
Okay.
so
Yeah.
it'd be anywhere between then. But basically, when things are done, he'll disappear into the woods.
Yay. Okay.
Yeah. Probably before then, I should give Poverty her gift because that's gonna be exciting.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh yeah, Poverty, you're gonna get your gift.
It's early
Uh,
Christmas.
It's early
Uh-oh.
Christmas. Shit. What kind of weapon was it again, Peter?
Oh.
Shit.
It's.
Oh shit.
Did you change it,
Everyone
or was it what it was initially?
I definitely
it-
changed it, but
Was it this, or was it okay? Whatever you changed it to,
No, the other one.
you
The other
never
one.
gave me a direct answer on that.
Oh no. Okay. Well, shit.
Don't think
On
it.
the
Don't say it.
on the fly. Pav. Do you prefer a short bow or crossbow?
Short bow
All right.
for sure.
So yeah, Poverty, you get basically Mordrin just comes up to you and just like, Poverty, I have something for you.
2 presents on the same day.
I know.
Christmas.
Truly is Christmas.
It truly is Christmas. And yeah, basically, Mordrin gives you a short bow, and it's very like intricate too.
Boy,
Hey.
fancy.
Oh no, Mordrin, I could have possibly take this.
Well, I mean, after 1, saved my life. 2, I threw you in here, and 3, I also got your sister mixed up in all of this. It's the least that I could do.
Ophelia's just kind of like looking around, like very confused on what you're talking about. Well, thank you. I'm not very good with getting gifts.
understandable. I understand that completely. But yep, this is yours. And he directs you over to a like an emerald gem that's kind of in the middle of the shirt bow. And he said, "Be careful of this. This is the one that injects venom into your arrows."
Ooh. Oh,
Yes.
that's cool.
I almost sent this to the wrong person. I will give you the so basically what I gave Poverty is a dagger of venom, but it's a sharp bow instead.
Ooh, that's cool.
Nice. Very cool.
Good stuff. Was there any other exchanges you guys had, or?
Aside from giving Roland the monies, the 800 gold, and looking into getting firearm training,
Roland takes the 800 gold graciously and thanks you for it. And
I'd like to also give him gold, but I don't know how much yet. I'll just assume that I'll give him a good chunk because there's things I want to do, but there's a lot
Alright.
of things I want to do, so I'm not sure. Like, I need to budget it out first before I really come to a plan of like, okay, this is where the money's going.
but you give him gold nonetheless.
Yes, nonetheless,
good.
as well. It'll be a
Uh,
decent chunk too.
He is definitely appreciative of you guys donating, just so you know, because he's just like, I was starting to worry there. I, paid a
Yasha
little
coming in.
paid a bit
Yep.
out of pocket to make sure Gilbud kept that ship at shore for us. So this helps. Thank you.
Yasha coming in with another fucking 1,000 gold like last time.
Oh my god.
You know
Here,
what?
Roland, you
Funny
wanted
enough,
some money?
Mortar probably would do the exact same thing.
Dropping stacks of gold to him.
Yeah.
Just like, hey man, you wanted some money? Here's a chest.
We have
Yeah.
to make we make Roland sit in a chest and we rain gold on him.
Oh my god.
It definitely gets to the point where we're not just bringing in like bags. We all put it into a chest and just bring it in. It's like, bonk. Here's your money. Have fun.
Let's see. How fucking heavy would that be? Hold on. I'm curious.
Well,
About-
I have 2,000 some gold, and it says it's 42 pounds at the moment. So
Hold on.
Hmm.
It'd be 30 pounds of fucking gold for 1,500 ish. So 30 to 35 pounds? Yeah, just fucking drop that heavy piece of shit. It would be in a small coffer. Just clunk.
Yeah, definitely. Bonk. Money.
It's Roland's payment.
See, I
Oh,
went
yeah,
to
look-
go try and find what exactly was the item that you had
oh, okay.
decided on.
I will also.
I am giving
send
up
it to you.
because I'm wading through an ocean of cursed shit you've sent me over the past month. So I'm going to task you with whatever the hell you decided.
I did.
If you
I decided on that.
okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Funny
I'm
enough, some
just
of
like,
that cursed
all right,
shit.
let me find that conversation. See if we
Sees
have
an
it
army.
untapped.
Yeah,
No.
unfortunately, some of that cursed shit also bled to Shen because for whatever reason your icons are so similar on my phone that sometimes it just gets sent to Shen. And I'm sorry.
It's the color scheme, I think.
Colors are pretty similar. I can see why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue over purple
Ugh.
background with some red accents to it.
Yeah.
Reddish, red over a blue background.
Right here, though. I don't know. But anyways, yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Roland then. Roland and the training.
Oh, and also I'm gonna give Roland.
Oh, and you also pay Roland?
Yes, I will also pay Roland. I will pay him literally 1,000 gold. It's like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Here you go. Bye.
It's.
Oh,
Bigger coffer.
thanks. Holy crap.
I like to think that
Not like-
the group came together at one point and we actually just piled it all together for the impressiveness of just dumping a fucking mini treasure chest in front of Roland as he's drinking. With
Right
a
out this-
with a resounding clunk.
Roland
if you can
probably
catch
just
Mortar in, 'cause-
freezes up and is just like, what the hell, guys?
Payment.
What the hell is
Thumbs up.
this?
You're paid.
Is this
It's
what you
important.
guys found down there?
Fucking Yasha just nods. He's like, good mercenaries need to get paid.
This man is
I
just
nodded
like
agreement.
absolutely blown away. He's doing like the full Steve Harvey walk. Like, what the fuck, man?
What the hell?
He's doing that. He's doing the Steve Harvey reaction, man.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
he's just
just-
like absolutely like, what?
He is fucking floored.
How about the firearm training?
Yeah, let me go ahead and train you guys firearms. In fact, with the funding, I think I can buy all the boys guns instead of crossbows too.
Oh, please do.
Guns
Please
for
do.
Just hear in the
Um,
background, just
was
AK-47 for everyone.
Oh
I
man,
won't
the
be able
ladies
to.
that goes first up the carriage.
Yep.
Oh boy.
So for this, he's going to
One day
basically
it'll fly.
He's gonna push this money and literally buy just 12 guns. 12 guns for the guys.
Hell yeah.
It ain't gonna be like a fancy pants like Brosnov, like, you know, semi-automatic kind of thing. It's gonna be more like flintlock needle rifles, that sort of stuff. It's gonna be a needle rifle basically.
I like needle rifles. I'm okay with them.
Yep.
But also guns.
Yep.
We have
Yeah.
gunmen.
You have
We have a
you-
we can officially have a firing line.
Yeah. You.
Yeah, we can.
This amount of gold. So wait, what was the grand total? Because I actually do keep track of this.
So far
1,800.
1,800, and for me it'll be probably at least 800 as well. That's
Okay.
like my minimum. I might actually give more. I'll just tell you the deeds later.
Okay. If it's gonna
So
be
2,600 at the moment.
if it's gonna be about 2,600, he'll be able to afford 12 needle rifles. For the guys. And
Needle rifles?
also be able to train. Yeah, needle rifles. Needle rifles being they don't fire needles. They use a firing pin system that uses a needle.
Yeah.
It's basically the precursor to semi-automatics.
I see.
And it was the middle ground weapon of the semi-automatic and the black powder rifle that they were using. Needle rifles, you still loaded the gun up like a black powder rifle, so you put them I forget what it's called, like you put the powder charge, you put all that stuff, you put the ball and all
Yeah.
that. However, rather than lighting the cartridge, was it a cartridge?
Because it was like a paper cartridge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's
So
their paper cartridges.
yeah.
It was even easier. You just
Yeah.
slap those in.
Yeah, it was it was like a paper cartridge, and then you put like the charge, the cartridge, and the ball, and you put it all into the thing. You instead of loaded it from the top, you loaded it from the stock, if I remember. And then the hammer, the firing mechanism had a hammer, which was a needle basically, and the needle basically set off the charge and fired. And you could fire like 2 to 3 times. No, you could fire like 3 times faster than you could the predecessor.
Yeah, it says here the general rate of fire was 6 rounds a minute, which is amazing.
Yeah, you could put
Not
6
bad.
rounds accurately downrange, versus like matchlocks like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The
Germans
reason
used
for
them in like
was
the
because
late.
the primer was kind of ball.
Yeah, the Germans used them in the Franco-Prussian War.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually how they beat the French too. It's because they had like they had these things. I think the Japanese had them in the Sino-Russian War.
Yeah, it would be much later than the normal. It says the Tokugawa shogunate used them.
Makes sense. I mean, people had them at the time.
Well, the Tokugawa is the guys who won the Warring States period, if I recall correctly. So that makes sense.
Tokugawa?
Alright,
believe
let's
so.
go look into the history of Japan again.
We'll worry about that IRL stuff later. Session now.
Yeah.
But in any case, needle
Fire
guns.
guns.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you guys will have a team of 12 needle gunners.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
And damned if they won't be providing us support. I know they typically are fighting in the background, but they do actually impact what comes your guys' way.
Oh yeah.
Y'all would have
Oh,
been
yeah.
fighting a lot more shit, but I kind of was just like keeping that into the background of things.
We're aware that this helps us at least somewhat. Like, even
Yeah.
if it's in the background, the fact that, I mean, at the very least, we now have dudes with guns.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
As ill-trained as anybody could be, a guy with a gun is a guy with a gun.
Yep.
Hmm.
But Roland is familiar around firearms, and he will train them, and he will offer to train you guys, since you're just like, I want to know how to
Very
gun.
interested.
Yeah, what is this
I have,
mystical
I have a
contraption?
crossbow that I want to upgrade to a gun. So, let's get working on that.
Roland isn't able to provide brand new guns to you guys. However, he does part ways with 2 of his pistols for you and Yasha after your training.
I mean, he
So-
doesn't necessarily need to do that because I can see if I
he-
can look and buy back fire.
He can offer them to you because he's just like, I'm a collector of these things, so it's like, if we're going back to Brosnov, I'll be literally just wearing clothes made of these things.
Yasha thanks him, but he says he'll return it because he has ideas.
You know what? I'll take one. I'll take a free pistol.
Yep, it is a free pistol, and it's gonna be in the same regard. It is a needle pistol, so. But yeah, he's able to provide with you at least a couple days of small training. It's nothing too fancy, but you know how to not break a gun. And you know the basics of. I wouldn't consider you guys fully trained, like you're able to competently use that sort of weapon, but you can wield it without like actively risking breaking it or harming yourselves with it.
Yeah. Just not proficient in it.
Yeah, you're not proficient in using these firearms, but you're competent enough to know how they work.
Not yet.
Not
I'm okay
yet.
with that.
A couple days training won't afford you that yet.
Yeah,
However,
yeah.
he does assure you that if we're gonna be in Brosnov, we'll have no shortage of time with firearms.
Good.
At least in some of the regions. He does make mention, like, if we're going to Brosnov, we've got a lot of things to cover. But it seems like we'll have some time between now and then to at least talk about some of the things. But yeah, that will be for the trip because it's gonna be a bit of a trek going back up there, and we'll be learning a lot when we get to Grand Central itself.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy.
In any case, if there's anything else, you should probably just enjoy the rest of your time and, say your last goodbyes before we meet with Clyde and hopefully we can see Caiaphas.
Yeah, one can hope.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Mordrin's doing the exact opposite of relaxing.
So you'll be doing your researching, Mordrin.
Yep.
Um.
And while
Yasha-
researching, dealing with other shit.
Yasha, you'll be out at doing your nature thing.
Yeah. Assuming I get through all the stuff. I also had a few. Yasha himself would have a few questions thanks to his prolonged exposure to Gilbud.
Oh no.
Well, you can definitely interact with Roland or
Yeah, but-
anyone else.
Well, the first one would be, since he knows Yvonne is a prolific weapons collector,
Mm-hmm.
he would ask you if there's any such thing as mechanized weapons.
Mechanized weapons. Well, she herself is not too familiar around the concept of mechanized weapons, being one of the furthest out nobles from Valvadiri and relatively close to these mercenary skirmishes. She is familiar with the terminology and have heard of these things. she knows from certain mercenary groups, from some mercenary groups and adventurers that mechanized things are very much a Brosnov thing, and they tend to be bad news all around. Bad for the people who have to fight them, bad for the people who have to use them. They're just bad.
They're dangerous.
They're dangerous. They're a hazard to everybody involved. That's the way she kind of puts it. Although then again, she admits that like apparently a lot of what the people see, like some of the more experienced people that come down from Brosnov, they say that they've got works of wonder that move across cities like giants and like can push mountains. They have mechanized beings that blended like shadows and dance like a wind spirit. Things of that nature live within the city of Brosnov itself, and we don't see that out in the skirmishes. So who knows, anything
I see.
anything that comes out of Brosnov and fights, though, you'll never see that. You'll never see anything of amazing quality. But things within the city, supposedly, are an entirely different world of like mechanized things. Outside of the city, it's just a powder keg of danger.
Of nonsense.
It's a powder keg. It's a ramshackle powder keg just waiting to catch fire and blow up.
I see. Is that so?
Yes. Points gun. Is that so?
So.
He accepts this knowledge and he gives him much to think about. Very good that he's going to Brosnov then.
Yep.
As you all know, Yasha doesn't know what danger really is, so
Danger.
it doesn't dissuade him in the slightest.
He's
Yep.
like,
Oh,
cool.
we know.
That neat.
Uh,
Aside from that, he would talk to Yvonne. There will be some shopping
Yep.
that
That'll
I'll
do on the side.
probably take care of later.
Mhm.
And then as for the rest, there's the gun training, there's that, and then the last during his nature walk there will be actually somewhat of a purpose. He'll be mostly enjoying himself, but I would like to try and find some like rare, particularly rare trees or something.
Okay.
Yasha, don't forget the dream root.
I would say a nature check.
The what now?
The dream root. For Pav.
Dream?
For Pav.
Dream root.
Dream root.
For poverty.
For poverty.
The dream
More
for
of it,
poverty?
please. Yes.
Dream root or poverty.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. He'll find some of that stuff.
Okay. Go ahead and make knowledge nature checks.
Although for the dream root, I would like to, since he had some, I like to think that he just knows where to get some more.
Yeah, that one I'll give you advantage for.
Yeah. But this one is like looking for special trees.
Trees.
So
Yep.
trees.
So do the regular one, and then the one with advantage you'll do after.
Hell
Alright. Where are you? There it is. Nature.
Nature.
A 7.
You're not really able to find anything of a rare value, like a rare kind of tree. You do happen across some stuff that's a bit uncommon though, but you're nothing really that you would consider like rare, like, oh, this is rare,
Yeah. I'll have to ask someone about that later then.
Yep. Perhaps Sir Mercedeer may be able to help. He is a ranger after
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Can I retcon to talk to Mercedeer
Sure.
for that? Because
I'll allow it.
thinking about it, it's like, maybe he would ask Mercedeer about rare trees, because thinking about it, you really don't just go into the woods going, I think there's one over there. What should I roll for Mercedeer?
For what I'll do is, he will grant you advantage with it, so I'll give you a reroll essentially, and
Okay.
the DC will be lowered.
Thank.
Thank God that he lowered the DC.
I know. Fuck.
Damn.
The DC wasn't too particularly high, but you just barely meet it.
Well, it's at least it's that then.
Yep.
So yeah, you meet with Mercenaire, who gives you a relatively, happy, friendly welcome. And
Yeah.
you ask him to help on this search for these trees, and he happens to know of a particular place, and with a bit of trotting around and searching through the forest, you do happen across one particular rare tree. It's still quite young, but it happens to have, it is starting to develop some branches that you can take from it.
All right.
Unless you intend to take the whole tree, but by all means.
What are the properties of the tree?
That is a good
I know
question.
this is getting ridiculous. Is it a strong tree or is it like a bendy tree?
It's like birch.
We'll just talk in broad terms.
It's basically it's a magical birch tree. We're going Valheim for this, so it's a birch tree, but that's definitely got some magic nature to it.
Okay. What he will do is he'll take the tree, but he will make sure to also he replants a bunch of it, so it won't just be one tree. It'll be multiple trees eventually growing.
Alrighty.
Because he wants the extra wood. Because it's a small tree, right?
Yeah, it's not a very big tree, and birch trees, as you know, are already pretty small. And this is like a young birch tree.
Yeah, he'll end up taking the thing, but he'll make sure to plant a bunch of seeds.
The tree falls on you and you take 90 damage.
Yeah, just instant death. It does that thing where it rotates and spins around and hits you too.
Yep. It knocks out 3 other trees and then all of them just fall in your direction.
Oh god. Start screaming. More trees begin to fall.
It's the most amusing thing to watch that whenever you knock cut down a tree and it starts to spin and catch on another tree. It's low-hanging branch. But it's also the most terrifying thing because at any moment you know that it's going to do enough damage to that tree to cause a domino effect, and it could fall on you or fall away from you and you don't know.
It does 1,000,000 damage.
Yep.
Okay. I think this should be enough wood for what I want to do.
Okay.
And then for the dream route. Hopefully
you have advantage.
Hopefully the luck will be a bit better on this. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, already. It is already. Thank God. Poverty's gonna get more dream root, and I hope it's working.
You find, actually, to your luck, an abundance of dream root.
Yeah, and he'll do his Yasha thing. Take and replant.
Alrighty.
To be honest, I don't think we've had a chance to use it. I don't think we've slept in a long time.
I just assume. So we haven't really slept much, but it's just assumed that you might be taking some before sleep.
Yeah.
Yasha will then,
I guess
grind
it's
it
up
up.
to DM if it actually works on Mofferty's Nightmares. It probably should. It's called Dreamer, but it's up to you.
I will let the dice decide. I'm gonna roll a percentile dice. We'll see how effective it is.
Yeah.
This is entirely up to
one.
Don't jinx it now. Oh, that's cocked. And it's the fucking 10th percentile.
That one bounced.
Okay. Yeah, it's fairly effective. Most nights you don't typically experience any nightmares.
Yay!
Well,
Every now and again,
downside...
you do wake up with a bit of a feeling like you may have experienced the nightmare, but you don't remember it if it happens.
I'd also say the downside to dream is you don't dream. That's why you don't have the nightmares.
Yeah, you don't dream.
Or rather,
at all,
you don't remember them.
Yeah, you don't dream, but your dreams are suppressed, and you are actually able to sleep peacefully for the most part. You do wake up a few mornings feeling like you might have had a nightmare. However, if you do, you don't feel like you experience it. It's just you're only aware that it happened, but you don't know that you don't feel the experience of it.
Yay!
And it's maybe a night or so.
Yay! Mortar would be concerned about that. Be like, have you had any nightmares recently that dream were working?
Now, for the most important part, I'm gonna take some of that birch wood. Not a lot. And I'm gonna make what's a good size here? like pill bottle sized, just sculptures.
Oh my god, are you making the bear?
Yes.
God damn it.
I'm making, Yasha makes 4 bears eating a pumpkin statuettes from this rare wood.
I'm gonna need a dex check or some kind of check relevant to that
Had enough.
to see
I'll
the
help.
quality of those bears.
I need to see the quality of those. A dex check it is.
Yeah, give me something dex related.
I'm helping. I help.
All right, you get an assist. Oh my freaking god.
I don't think you need it.
20.
Well,
Unfortunately, you can't assist him either because he would be doing this on his own while out in the woods.
Ah, okay. Well, you make 4 finely crafted little wooden bears eating pumpkins.
And then he will use his calligraphy tools to color them as well, but making sure the quality of the wood is still intact.
These are some really good fucking bears.
Yes. Yes.
You're able to truly capture the
That spirit of
image-
a pumpkin.
the spirit of
bear
a bear eating a pumpkin. I'm so mad right now, but also way to go.
From a rare wood, no less.
From a rare
Annoyed
wood.
but impressed claps.
To be
This
fair,
part-
you made this.
Yeah. On a not less memey note, the wood will be used for something, but I'll put that later to you later.
Okay.
But for the purpose of this, since they're not very big, I just assume this takes like maybe a branch or two, and he's just like, yeah, bears.
Yeah, bear.
Yeah, bears. Yeah,
Please.
Oh my god.
Absolutely pleased with his work. When Yasha gets back from his trip, everyone will receive 1 pumpkin bear eating statuette. And he does apologize a little bit because he's just like, I don't know how to gift.
Lamine thinks it is absolutely adorable and pulls him up into a hug.
You squeeze the life out of him, he dies.
Sweet.
Worded might actually be similar, just like, oh my god, you actually made this. I love it. And we'll also give you a hug.
Oh.
Don't worry, he doesn't know how to do gift giving either. Example A of Lamine.
He prefaces that to everyone. I don't know how to gift. Gives a bear eating pumpkin statuette. 1 for each member of the party.
Poverty looks at it and is like, "Is this the bear from the runes?"
Yes. I really like the bear, so I figured everyone would like the bear.
She smiles, showing all of her teeth and fangs, and she's happy, but it looks very creepy and frightening. And then she just pats Yasha on the head. You did a very good job.
Unable to quantify fear, he just gives a yeah and a thumbs up.
That's surprising.
So yep, everyone has a pumpkin bear eating statuettes made from a rare wood.
Awesome. I'm gonna add that to my list.
All right. Unless there's any other business you guys wish to attend or kind of do, the week comes to a close.
Oh right, the research. Anything happened with that?
Research. Okay, so
The
what were
Age
you
of
specifically
Night.
looking through in the Age of Night? Oh, it was the Age of Night.
Just any information about
Nothing.
you know,
Nothing.
sort of thing. Okay.
It is as like try as you might, search high and low, even at the assistance of some of these mages who are like some of their experts, they do not have a single footnote of information regarding this Age of Night. The only conclusion you can come to is that this point in time known as the Age of Night, it was all made up. All right,
No,
Arosius.
I hope not.
No,
It was basically lost and
the only conclusion you can come to is that this is a lost point in history that was never recorded. Your presumption is that given the time and estimation and the time of the Calustan collapse, which has an estimated time of like we figure it collapsed somewhere around this time, this many thousand years back, you're able to kind of gauge it, and there's just like about a 400 to 600 year gap where there's just nothing. and that's your safest bet. There's just a big old gap that's just sometime between the collapse of the Callistan Empire and the beginning of the Burning War. And this is, of course, the knowledge and texts and stuff given to you from, like, Tessa, Clyde. Basically, Caiaphas is, like, trusted mages, kind of like.
Yeah.
These guys come to you, and they are, like, researching with you. And the only conclusion is, like, if this Age of Night supposedly existed, this is the most likely time that this would have happened. Which of course would predate about, this would be about 1500 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's around 1500 to 1600. That's like your most, that's like a fair guesstimate.
Okay. Okay, so are you able to read what I messaged you, Peter?
Yes, I have
Okay.
sort of something planned with that. Do not worry.
Okay, so then you can ignore that then, cause what Mortar would do once he's like absolutely sure like this is lost shit. He's going to try to see if he can actually get the World Walker to talk to him again. He wouldn't fucking know how.
Are you gonna try and
but he
invoke
would
the World
attempt
Walker?
to. Basically, be like, bitch.
Invites a random demon.
I need to like I need
no.
like more knowledge on this thing.
The random demon is just like eating a sandwich, like, oh, what the fuck?
You summoned the dean of the school.
Oh no.
Oh no, put it back.
He
Put it
asked-
back in the box. I put it back in the box. He doesn't even need to say anything. Mordrin just picks him up, places him in the box, closes the lid.
Nope, go away. No. So you attempt to invoke the World Walker.
Yeah.
You don't really know how to. Actually, would you know? Make an Arcana check.
Okay. What is my Arcana? $21.
21. Well, you do have some knowledge of you do have kind of an idea thinking about it, and you kind of have some references of like conjuration and summoning. But at the end of the day, you really think about it, you don't really have a way of contacting something like the World Walker, because he's not really like an outer.
Yeah, he's not a person.
He's not a person, really. He's not
Yeah.
a creature. He's not a demon. Like, you can't summon him like a demon. You can't conjure him up like an other like some sort of creature from another plane. He's
Yeah.
not really an extraplanar creature. He's not really dead, so you can't really commune with him through like a spirit way. I mean, that's probably actually the most sensible way when you think about it. That's the conclusion you really come to, is that things of that nature are either like extraplanar or they're divine in some way.
Oh God.
But
Mordrin
that's
hates
the
this
problem, is
conclusion.
that he's not really a divine being, but he is.
Yeah.
He's more of just an amalgamation of something made into something. But it's just like, that's the only really conclusion to something like that, because he's not really. It's impossible to really peg him as anything other than that. So. And like
Have
I
you
said.
tried opening the window and shouting from?
Wait, what's up?
Have you tried opening the window and shouting at him?
Oh, I mean, you figure like the guy said that he'll be around, and then this entire you kind of think about it. This entirety of the time between leaving the ruins and returning to Belvedere, you've not once heard a peep, seen a sign, nothing from this guy. He's been silent.
Yeah, he has been.
Yell at the box.
God.
It's like a smelling wolf, Alex.
You know what? Mordrin might actually drag Lamine into wanting to do this now. Like, yo, Lamine,
You summon a monster?
you talk to the divine. You got any tips on how to do that?
You're looking at him very concerned and confused.
I'm trying to contact the World Walker, okay?
it's not like I just send a letter to the gods, you know.
You don't?
Well, obviously, but there's
I
must
feel like
be
some of
some
you have a
way
very poor
to,
understanding of how gods work.
Thinks about the Vinton.
just be like, surely you obviously have some form of communication with the god, or else you wouldn't have your powers. For the most part.
I pray to them, but I'm not exactly in contact with them. They're very absent.
Maybe you should pray to the World
Well, I'm
Walker.
glad we both can agree on something.
That's
Actually,
not
funny
how I
enough-
meant that. It's it's fair, I suppose. That is not how I meant it.
You know,
But-
funny enough, if you pray to the divine, they do hear it in D&D. Whether they can pick it out from the orchestra of voices is a different question.
I would trying to pray may not be a terrible idea.
It also only works when they're sleeping.
Mordrin just looks at Lamine and just goes, I'm not praying to the World Walker!
Do you want me to? I'm happy to. I do it every morning for my spells.
Wait, you pray to the World Walker every day since you knew of him? Wait, what?
Not
No,
the World Walker, my gods.
But what?
I'm offering to pray
Mordred-
to him as well. If you don't,
Mordrin just looks at you confused, just like,
He needs a bunk on the head.
don't worry, he's got a bonky stick for that.
Bonk.
Just looks at you and just like, so you're willing to pray to, I mean, you do have multiple gods, but he's not
two of
a
them.
god. Well, I mean,
Better than yelling out into the sky.
Mordor might try that out. just looks at the ceiling. Somebody answer me.
Do you think that would work?
Just
Mordor
open the
does
door and
not
yell.
expect it to work. And I'm assuming nothing actually comes out of it.
You imagine if the World Walker showed up, does the peace sign? Yo, you call?
Yo, you call.
like the most casual way too, just like, yo, whoa, hold on.
Mordrin, you kind of just have your moment in your episode, and you shout out for that. You don't really you don't really have an inhibited response to that. There's nothing really responds. However, it almost feels as though something tugs at you for a bit, and out slips from your pocket is the key that you had gotten from King Fjord, and it just clangs loudly onto the floor.
He just looks
We
at
all
it,
look at the key.
and he picks it up, and he's just like, no way. Just looks at it and just goes, World Walker, are you in there?
There isn't much of a response. However, you can't help but you can somewhat feel a very, very like a soft pulse of magic, very faint and very weak, just emanating from the key.
Imagine asking a key for a divine entity going, are you in there?
Are you in there?
Mordrin
We all look just
hands-
moderately insane. It's okay.
Mordrin just hands Lamine the key, and he just goes, I need a minute, and just walks out.
I was gonna say, between all that, this would be the perfect time for Yash to walk in, look at the scene, walks back out. Oh, they're doing stuff. Some weird shit. Okay, I'll see you later.
Mordrin's just gonna be like outside
There's
of
some
your
weird
room,
adult
just
shit
like,
going on in there.
"Oh,
I'm
no,
out.
I need a minute. Yep. Yeah. And as he's like leaving, he's just like, I thought this was good. Thought that all the weird shit was gonna be done.
Nope. Not yet.
Kind of miss the simplicity of
Is
wolves.
there even still a thing to put the? Is there even still a lock on the box? Lock on the box. The lock like get destroyed too.
That thing is wrecked.
Okay.
I
There
miss
is
the simplicity of wolves. Gentle folk. It's very simple.
Okay, Mordrin's back. He's had his minute.
All right. Well,
Hand,
you sure you
holds
had
out
your
key.
minute?
Holds out key.
Well,
Mordred's having a manic episode.
when is he not having a manic episode?
You sound burnt out, Mordrin. Maybe you should take a break.
It's the World Walker saying that to Mordrin's head, but nobody
Oh
else can hear it.
no!
You know what's
shut
funny?
it!
That
And it's just like everyone stares.
sounds in line with it. Oh man, how is Mortar still sane?
I do not know how to handle a haunted key.
Mm.
Neither do I, but I probably can handle it better than. He just takes the key back and just looks at it. Well, hopefully you're doing good in there, World Eater. You seem a little.
World Eater.
World Eaters! Oh god.
World Walker, whatever it's called. Even I'm losing at this point.
World Eaters, please! They don't belong here!
Oh,
Just at the mention of World Eaters, the doors kick down. Several dozen corn berserkers rush into the room and commence the slaughter.
Oh no. Anyways. Yeah, just being like, yeah, World Walker, you seem a little weak in there. Hopefully you're just resting and not anything else terrible is going on, but I'm assuming in the state you can't answer any of the questions. So.
I forgot about this. I need some materials for a spell.
Okay.
It's pretty easy. It's just gonna be 100 gold.
Okay.
Oh, 100 gold.
I
100
need
gold.
250 gold platinum ring.
Alright. Done. That's easy to find. Components. Oh, excuse me.
Especially in a mage town, I would imagine that you just a shop like, I'm
Components-
getting 2
yeah.
platinum rings!
Components can be acquired within the Archmage's Tower for
I'm
that
assuming it's
fee.
because it's like Revivify or something like that, yeah. That you asked.
Revivify would be a 300 GP diamond, which I do not have. Revivify. This is for Warding Bond.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
the
Warding
World
Bond.
Walker.
That's the. When I use it, I'll get into it. It'll probably just be going to Yasha most of the time. It's a buff thing.
Big buff.
Buff.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming the World Walker has absolutely nothing to say, so Gordon will now. Okay. go ahead.
As you do interact with the key and try to call out to a World Walker, your only response is a bit of glistening energy from the key itself. You hear almost, it sounds like a ghostly sigh, just like from behind you, and then you just kind of hear apologies. This magic wanes the moment. Did you summon me just now?
Rick, put your magic into it, Mortarin. Feel
Yes,
it with your magic.
I don't know how.
Expend your spell slots.
I wonder if that will work. Mordred would try to put his magic into it if
Slot in.
you know it's possible.
Even your strongest spell slot is barely a charge for this
Yeah,
thing.
But I figured.
This is a teeny charge that you give him.
Yeah.
It's almost negligible how much of it. But it is enough to prolong his conversation with you for just a moment longer. And he does make mention. He's just like, since returning you to the surface once more and casting upon the fates so that you may be steered rightly, has taken quite a toll on my form. I can only do so little. I can not speak right now. I will attend to you in time. Let me rest for now.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, World Walker.
Mortarin talking to nobody, and everyone's just like, oh no, Mortarin's finally lost
Oh
it.
yeah, this is in his head.
It doesn't sound like it's in your head. It sounds like it's coming from the key, but only you're hearing it.
Okay, cool. So let me just think. Okay, Morden's talking to him, or he's
Yeah. It's
batshit crazy as usual.
oh
Context for
no.
what would be happening. So,
For
Lamine
you,
is
Lamine, you're not able to really hear this conversation. You do see the glistening of magic like emanating from the key. You're able to kind of catch sounds of ghost, like almost like a ghost like sigh emanate from this key, but you can't hear words. It's kind of weird. You just hear this like that. That's it.
yep, that
Like
key is haunted. All right.
Alright,
He's
well,
having a manic episode again.
you know what? I'm going just to make sure that I have it in my inventory. I'm gonna put haunted key in here now.
mm,
Gets the point across.
Oh, Morden will let him rest.
so I'm guessing you put the key back in the pocket that fell out of.
Yeah, but more carefully now that he knows he's carrying someone, technically
Very well.
something.
Interestingly enough, as you do so, something strange as you notice is you for some inexplicable reason seem to have a strand of white hair just in your pocket. Just like a simple small strand of white hair that just like shines.
It's from Lamine.
Mordred just looks at it, just
He
confused.
doesn't have white hair.
It was a single strand from a certain experience that happened recently.
He picks it up just because it's just like, have I interacted with anybody with white hair?
Nope.
Did the ASMR have white hair? No.
He has
Nope.
black.
Raven
Yeah,
hair.
just literally looking at this white strand of hair, just like, where the hell did this come from? And you said it's glistening?
Almost.
Faintly glowing.
Not quite glowing, but it like when you hold it to a light, it definitely looks like it has a bit of a shine to it.
He's just confused. Mordred looks so lost and confused. Like, what is this? After it, I'm assuming it just does nothing. So, after a while, Mordred just carefully places it in there as well. Just places it back in. Be like, okay, I'll deal with that shit later.
Very well.
I mean, so wants to say something, but for his own sake, she won't.
Mordred looks at Lamine. You look like you have something to say, don't you?
Nope, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Well then,
I'll
well,
just tease
before
you about it later.
it might not be so much of a tease depending on what you were talking about. Yeah, Mordred's going to procure that broken amulet that he showed you earlier.
Yeah.
This is not the weirdest thing that's happened to me. And he shows it to her, and the eye that was completely missing before has replaced itself. It's still like broken on some of the edges, but it almost looks like it definitely looks like the holy symbol of Selune. And it seems to be repairing itself.
She doesn't
Or
have
it has
context
been
for that,
repaired.
necessarily. But she'll be like, oh, are you repairing it?
No.
No?
I literally woke up one day and I stared at it and it was just like this.
It did that itself.
I don't want to believe it, but logic dictates yes. Unless somebody in the middle of the night has been coming into my room and repairing it.
I highly doubt that. And I highly doubt that would go unnoticed. Huh. I assume that this is significant to you, manner?
Well, it's the amulet that I got when I was attacked by that monster.
And now it's fixing itself.
Again, don't want to admit it, but it seems like that's the case.
Are you a devotee of the moon goddess?
No.
Or used to be? Did you used to be one?
No. I mean, I technically was around one. My mother's a devout, follower of Selune. But that's about it.
I have to say, I may not have fully expected that, but I suppose there are stranger ironies that exist. It's not exactly like I was raised very faithful anyway.
You have to tell me that story one day. You are the strangest cleric I've ever met.
I have gotten that before. Not the happiest story. One day I suppose I can, when I feel up to it. I this is completely aside, but I did finish that book you lent me, by the way.
Oh, what book?
The romance book. You left the
Cyrus
romance
gave you.
novel.
Cyrus gave you
No.
a romance novel?
No, I'm the only person he gives that stuff is you. I wonder how it showed up in my things.
Maybe he wanted somebody else to appreciate his his hobbies?
They're giving you a yeah? Look.
Yeah.
Do I look like the romantic person to you?
Yes.
Shrugs. I don't know. This one, I'm pretty much convinced we're all just strange in some manner, so I wouldn't put it past you. Or rather, I wouldn't be surprised if you secretly were.
Mortimer is just. You can't tell if he's like mortified, horrified, a little both.
Exactly my thing, but I'm not. I mean, it was an interesting book. Not typically my speed of things, but it was something.
That's a thing.
It was a thing. Oh, well, you should return that to Caiaphas when you get the chance.
Assuming he's awake when we go, I will. Just thought I'd mention that.
Mordrin had a
Maybe
lot
he
of
has
things to think about.
Maybe she'll ask about his collection. He might have something that interests her more.
Oh boy. Oh no. She's opening the hornet's nest. It's happening. Can you imagine the first thing Caiaphas wakes up to? He thinks it's business, but just Lamine going, "What's in your romance collection?"
Hey, can I see your collection of romance books?
Oh, wow, that was not what I was expecting, but I mean, sure, go ahead. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Oh, I'm sure of it.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
I will pick out romance novels for everyone. We'll give one to Yasha that he like. We'll give one to Poverty. Mordrin will give his to Lamine. It'll be great.
Yasha's just like, what the fuck is this?
It's a children's pop-up book about like I don't know, mom and dad really loving each other or something. I don't know.
Please do not make a pop-up book about that. Please do not.
If you give him that, he's just like, I know about this.
This is not new information.
When I lived in the woods, the wolves would do this all the time.
I knew that was gonna get brought up.
The animals do this all the time. This is nothing new.
You also just do not need a pop-up book about that, please.
And then we'll all question why Caiaphas even has a pop-up book about this.
He probably won't have something like that, but I'm sure he's got a rather wide collection of things that you'll probably be able to make use of.
Collection of romance.
Yasha over there still like, but what is romance though?
The new side quest: find something that Yasha can read and understand.
I mean, Lamine
Inside his collection, and also poverty.
Lamine has already explained to both Yasha and Mordrin for some reason.
Yeah.
Romance.
A
Yeah,
single thing in his
Mordrin-
life.
Mordrin's still caught off guard, just like what?
her perspective on it, and Yasha's just like, wow, that sounds stuffy. That sounds stuffy.
It's very like proper romantic.
Yeah. It sounds stuffy and boring. Why would you do this to yourself?
Only slightly offended, but understandable.
Lord.
Yep.
You can't help the fact that he's basically uncultured and uncivilized. So he's just like, I don't get it. It sounds stuffy.
Oh,
Yeah.
stranded.
And yeah, Mordrin just has not attempted to romance a single thing. And he's just like, well, Lamine's romancing, no. While Lamine's explaining things, I might as well hear from Lamina what she thinks romance is like. Because I've never experienced it before. Why not?
This will all be a wonderful conversation on the trip.
It'll be
no doubt.
Oh yeah, he still wants to. He never fully heard Roland's full story of what romance is.
Oh no.
He probably
He
won't
will
talk to you about it. Good luck convincing him.
Roll
Slowly
the
slides.
persuasion check. I rolled a nat 20, boss.
No, he slides him some gold.
He's like, okay,
Yeah.
well,
If
you
he
know,
asks,
Talk about romance.
if he asks the DM saying like, would you rather have Yasha roll a nat 20 on seducing the dragon or getting Roland's version of romance, I think Peter
God.
would choose seducing.
God. No, it's just I just had that funny mental image just like Yasha sliding gold, like tell me what romance is. Then Lamine's next to him just suddenly pushes even more gold. Don't tell him what it is.
Mordrin
Please,
adds to
please
that
don't.
pile of gold. I agree with Lamine.
You guys
Okay.
are oppressing me.
Well, if you guys are for the most part done, I'm gonna go ahead and start transitioning to the reunion back at the Mage's Tower.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty much it. Like, I will eventually need stats for the pistol, which is minor thing.
Yep, that's gonna be something I'll have for
there's-
next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's other TBD things for
Yeah.
that aren't going to be able to be accomplished in this week.
Yeah. I was
But
meaning to
I-
look at firearms, but unfortunately I was just like, we're probably not gonna be running into things that are of firearm nature for
Yeah.
this.
It's all
So,
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not to mention Yasha probably won't be using the pistol since his longbow is straight up probably better at the moment.
For the moment, yeah.
Yeah, it is just kind of like I'll be eating that.
But
'Cause
eventually
she
he'll
also
want to make the transition.
She also has enough to make for Ophelia, but that's like in the future.
Mhm.
She still wants to look in the garden and see what she can do there because she is trained in herbalism, but she hasn't really had a chance to.
Yeah.
And she needs to figure out a crest for the boyfriends to put on the carriage.
Ah, yes,
no.
of course.
Oh
Yes.
The
God,
boyfriend's
no.
We gotta put the insignia on there.
The
Yeah, we
Oh,
do.
boyfriend's-
But
absolutely not.
She's in the workshopping stage of like, what would fit for boyfriends as a sigil?
You could get Yasha. He's the one who wrote like the first couple bunch of symbols.
If
True.
Mordor found out, he'd be like, no, Lamine. Absolutely
Yes,
not.
Lamine. Lamine is like,
No.
yes, Lamine. Yes.
No.
And so
Yeah.
Yasha enters the room with the banner. Is this a good sigil, Lamine?
Yes.
I can't believe you also brought your fucking son into this. How dare you?
You brought the
make it
boy
weird.
into this.
He's like, please don't make this weird.
Yasha's just like, what's going on? I just wanted to paint.
Mordrin's making it weird. That's what's going on.
I see.
So, after a week of rest, relaxation, and sounds like good times,
Lamine will definitely start shopping with Yasha, though.
He does have that calligraphy skill, so.
You once again reconvene and meet with Clyde. Clyde is, of course, waiting, and at his side is Tessa, who is all set and ready and more than eager to looks like she's more than eager to see you guys out. And Clyde is, of course, welcome you guys, and he's just like, it feels like we just met here yesterday, and well, I guess I do see you guys a lot around town since you live since I own the business.
See you every day.
Yep. But it's the big day, and well, I guess I'll be turning things over to Tessa. All I have to say is just, good luck, because it's gonna be a while. Tessa will be maintaining a contact with us. We'll be setting a little something up so that we can be in regular communication. Tessa is just like, yeah, we're gonna be going real quick, so there's gonna be a lot of stuff. I spoke with your guy, Roland, and he's gonna be loading up. We'll be coming in by ship, and we'll be going straight to Brosnov from the side port.
That makes
Yep, it'll be a one-way trip for us for now. But not to worry, I'm sure we'll see Valvadiri again. Well, at least you guys will. I hate this place.
Aw?
Just like Clyde's just like, ahem. It's like, what? This place sucks. Sometimes.
personal
Okay,
preference.
it's not that bad. But look, I have things. We get it. All right. Your boyfriend lives there. Shut up.
Yasha's just like, oh, I see.
And Tessa getting more and more frustrated. She's like, "Okay, fine. We're going to be going now." And then as Tessa is starting to storm her way out, you hear some clamoring from outside the doors. Some not so much shouting like angry shouting, but more like, "Hey, he's not supposed to be in here." And you see from the doors kind of like stumbling out, you see Caiaphas actually kind of stumbling out. You can see he's kind of still not exactly the best condition. Homeboy isn't even in his robes, like his traditional robes, and you see like he's got kind of like the straight up what would look like fairly regular. He's got bandages wrapped around from his neck
Oh
and
God. Oh,
wrapped around his
Mortar
neck, and he's got bandages wrapped around the top of his head.
oh hell no, Mortar just like, no, you fucking get back to bed, sir.
You see Caiaphas carrying in his arms the sheathed sword you guys brought back. And you hear him almost in a tired, raggedy, just sort of, wait, they're not going yet. And he sort of slowly approaches. And you see the other mages are just like trying to stop him, but like they see him like holding out this sword. They stop and they're like taking a step back. And he's like, I'm going to see them out. And he walks towards you guys, and he presents to you guys Star Silver.
This is a bit dangerous, no?
Mortar just
Yeah.
looks at him. He's definitely mortified now.
Yeah, Tessa's just like, Caiaphas, what the hell are you doing out of bed? And Clyde is just like, is that Star Silver? And
I take the sword.
yeah, Caiaphas is just like,
I'll accept it.
take it. And he's just like, whatever you guys do, you need to find this relic. We need to bring it back. I need you guys to get this through, see it done, and come back in one piece. And he explains. He's barely like able to keep on his 2 feet. Like this man definitely looks like whatever hit him sapped the life out of him. Like
Lamine is definitely not gonna stop him because it's like, yeah, this dude's stubborn as fuck. But
Yeah.
at least maybe see if he'll sit down somewhere,
yeah.
or at least have her. She'll support him at the very least. Take his weight.
Yeah,
As
he
best
you definitely take up the weight for him because he's definitely not able to stay on both legs as he's
Yeah, she's got
talking to you.
You got this.
Yeah, he does thank you, and he's just like, the sword. I figured it out. There is a connection between this and the sister sword. You're not gonna find the relic. Not the easy way. Not without this one. Don't let it fall into their hands, though. But this is the definite way you'll find the other Star Silver. And After that, Clyde rushes over and he takes the other shoulder. He's like, "Okay, big guy, you need your rest." And he kind of starts walking out with him, and some of the other mages start approaching, and they come in and they help out. And Caiaphas is just like, "Find the sword, bring it back." And
We will.
they walk him out of there. And Tessa's just like, "Jeez," like she's definitely like, she went
Oh.
from being like, "I'm gonna beat this man to death" to "I feel sorry for this guy."
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sword again.
Yeah, you thought you were over with that sword, huh?
Mortar wanted to be over with the sword, yeah.
I should just be like, neat sword.
Mortar just kind of turns to Lamine, just like, can you use it if we need to? I don't want it to be used again. He just kind of like glances over to Poverty. He still feels bad about that, by the way. It's
Yeah,
obvious
actually,
that he's just like, no, and he promised Poverty he'll never let her use it again. So it's just like,
A rapier, right?
it's a
It's,
rapier,
Yeah, it is.
yes.
it's that sword you got from Lady Yvonne. You know, the one that blew everything. Oh, you weren't there.
Yasha
Yasha-
will point at it and he'll say like, "Oh, I use this kind of sword before."
No, absolutely not. Mortar just like, no, absolutely not. You're not having the sword, Yasha. It's either Lamine or it's me, and I can't use the sword. Let's stand at my wizard self.
I think I might prefer that as well. I will attach it.
You should
I'll
probably
just
hide it.
Yeah, there's that. I'll figure something out. I don't want it. I still want to be able to carry it though. I was just gonna swap out the longsword for it. Most part, or I could just put it next to it.
The particular scabbard that this sword is in is actually a special one that's like not the same one that you got it when that it came with that Lady Yvonne had it in. This is more like a big covering. This thing basically has like a little flap so that you can actually cover the entire sword up essentially. Obviously it's like a sword shaped look, but it you know, so they're gonna have to uncover it to really like see like, oh, this is Star Silver, you know.
Yeah.
If they know that it's Star Silver.
I could just get another sword frog really quickly, because I like sword frogs. So Lamine has a sword frog for her longsword, or her arming sword. So maybe she'll just pick up another sword frog and wear it alongside her arming sword.
Just use 3 swords.
You're basically like the guy from One Piece.
Yeah, totally. She's gonna be doing that. Great sword in the mouth, hands
full Zoro.
Yeah, full Zoro.
Eventually, get to the point of using 6 or like 8 of them.
Yeah.
All the swords.
I'll just pick up another sword frog before we leave for the rapier then. Oh god, I need to send my inventory then.
Yep. Star Silver returns to the party.
I'm so glad. Mortarin is so glad. And I swear to God, I should start making like checks to make sure that Mortarin is not constantly losing his goddamn mind.
Lovely.
Do you have stats for Star Silver?
I will give you the specifics after.
BBD?
Yeah, to be
okay.
determined. I'll give you them because I'm still ironing out the specifics on the when I want to use the big boom sword stats.
Okay, yeah.
Because there will be layers for this thing. There's layers upon layers for the sword, so you know. Layers. So I'm still ironing those out, but it is without its magical properties, it is just a plain rapier.
Okay.
Yep. It is just a rapier. Its relic powers we'll get to in you know in time.
Yeah.
In any case, yep. Tessa looks over to you guys after she watches Caiaphas get carried off by his fellow mages and Clyde. And she kind of makes a mention. She says, when I heard about that he had collapsed and fallen over, I thought it was just, just a small bump or maybe a scrape. I was ready for even a limb, for maybe a limb or a finger to go, but now that scared me. I really hope the poor guy gets better,
I didn't think it was that bad either, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but that's scary.
I think he'll get better. Not.
Yeah,
Eventually.
to get better.
I mean, he managed to get up and over here, so, and that wasn't a short walk.
He definitely seems stubborn, if nothing else.
Yep, he's as stubborn as he is dumb, but he's definitely fit for the job. As hard-headed he can be. Right. I guess that sword's gonna help us then. I heard about you guys getting that sword and all that business when I came here. That's definitely not a choice that Caiaphas took lightly.
No, definitely not. Not one we accept lightly either.
I don't want to doubt your guys' capabilities or Caiaphas' judgment, but I really do hope you guys know what you're doing with this thing.
Best case scenario, we don't need to find out. But
I think Mordor would actually glare at her for that. Like it's actually I don't think Mordor's ever been like angry, but that comment probably made him close to it.
Have Tessa here. In any case, we should get going. Your Roland and your guys, they're on the boat, and yeah, we should probably get going.
yes, let's.
Yeah. And with that, you make your way towards the harbor.
Pick up the sword along the way. I also want to actually give Clyde the book. Be like, when you have a moment, can you give this book back to Caiaphas?
Oh, you give him the novel?
Romance book that was like
Yeah.
three-way love triangle between an elf, a dwarf,
Thought
and
about that.
A good read.
An excellent read.
It was interesting.
He takes it and he's just like, well, when Caiaphas comes to, I'm sure he'll appreciate the reading material himself. He likes to reread some of the books.
I have no doubt.
Yeah. In any case, sorry about that. The whole thing with Caiaphas. Good luck on your travels, guys. We'll keep in touch. And
get on the ship.
Yep. For that, you board the ship and make your way to Brosnov. Brosnov, the ship taking you to Brosnov is not made or captained by Gilbud.
Thank God. That's all we needed to know.
So you have a relatively normal trip.
Lamine will actually enjoy this one.
You will actually, for the most part, enjoy this trip as you make your way north along the coast, passing through some of the cliff sides of the realm's western beaches, and you begin to start making your way towards the Bronze City, as it's also known as.
Eats myself up to the crow's nest.
God.
Yep.
Poor Mordor is gonna do his damnedest not to interact with Tessa. And it's not even her fault. It's not even her fault. She's just confused.
It is a day and a half's travel to get there. In that time, Roland approaches you, Lamine, and you, Yasha, particularly. Poverty, I mean, he's certain that you're kind of familiar with the um, the layout of the lay of the land, so to speak, of Brosnov, given that it's your home, as it is for you as well, Mordrin.
Yep.
However, for the player's sake, and for the player characters that are involved that don't know it as well, um, he
I
will
mean,
go into some small detail. So I'm only going to discuss this and then we'll conclude it here.
Okay.
So Brosnov is big. It is a huge city-state, especially when you compare it to Valvadiri. It is actually bigger. The place is an industrial, it's just an industrial super city, if you want to think of it like that. He goes over the ins and outs and basics of it. He mentions that the area is divided up into several districts, and that when we arrive, we'll be going into Grand Central. Grand Central, as its name implies, is sort of the hub of Brosnov, and is sort of the if you want to go somewhere, you go through Grand Central. It's the middle connector to everything, and is arguably the safest place to be in Brosnov. However, safety is not guaranteed there, nor is living there, because you're not allowed to be on the premise unless you're going somewhere. It's an intersection.
No
really.
loitering.
Yeah. It's an intersection dominated by the police force, which I will go into some small detail about it. So let me just bring up some of my notes. So yeah, if we ever run into any trouble, never contact these guys. Normally you would think, yeah, the guard will help. The guard will almost always be as much trouble as the trouble brought to you, if not more.
wonderful.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Oh boy.
So he says, I've seldom ever had to deal with these guys, but if you ever come across anybody, and you'll see them, you'll know them. These guys are known as they're called the Tetsu Specialist Slayer Enforcer Group. These are the cops. Also, a lot of people just call them the Tetsu Force or TZs. You'll recognize them pretty easily. They are often dressed in various forms of armored samurai, typically. They know how to fight. They know how to get their way around this place, and if you catch one in a bad mood, you're not going to be having a good day. A bad day for the TZs is a bad day for everybody that comes across them. That being said, we may have to be dealing with them at least for the beginning. I'm not too certain on what Tessa herself has in mind. But from what she's told me, we have a small little setup just outside Grand Central, near an area known as the Toolbox. Now, we'll get more into detail on some of the other locations, but the most important thing is that Grand Central and the Toolbox are the two important places we'll be kind of getting ourselves acquainted with. Once we get to Brosnov itself, we'll learn more of the layout of the land. But Toolbox is pretty much just everybody and anybody who wants to make a living out there and wants to make it big. All the refined goods and all the raw material turned refined gets turned into something in the Toolbox. And these usually get sold out there too. And that's pretty much where we will be staying at, for the most part. I'll be seeing if I can reach out to some guys I know or knew, if they're still around, and see if we can't set up connections. But we're definitely gonna be needing to make some friends in a rather difficult place to do so. Some things I need to warn you, though, about the place. If you run into trouble, whatever you do, handle it quick. If it's take them down quick, run away, it has to be done fast, because Brosnov does not take slouchers and keep them around. Tetsu Force guys, if they see fighting somewhere there that you're not supposed to be, they'll step in, and that's just a bad idea. Um, gangs are everywhere in this city. Now that I've mentioned that, trouble is handled quickly, I should also mention that trouble is everywhere. um,
Great.
there's not a lot of places where you'll have a lot of room to breathe unless you can make that room. And the only thing worse than the mercenaries and hired crooks and sellswords and assassins you might come across, it's definitely the gangs, and the gangs are, while they might not be as well off as these mercs, they are definitely far more knowledgeable and more adaptive to the town. I have not had too much run-in with the gangs myself since I was a sellsword, and they didn't usually have me working inside Brosnov proper. I usually worked around Brosnov or within Grand Central, so gangs were not really as prevalent. But from my understanding, gangs are they are aplenty, and there's the minor gangs, and then there's a few major players, which I'm not too familiar with myself. However, I'm sure we can, when we get ourselves more acquainted with Brosnov, we'll be getting ourselves rather familiar with some of the bigger factions there. It's a war zone in Brosnov, I won't lie, and from what I've been understanding, it's just gotten even more chaotic. The Tetsu Force have had their hands full, which is kind of an impressive feat when you think about it. They tend to handle things just as quick, if not faster, than anyone else. So the fact that the Tetsu Force are struggling to keep this city up, and from having it burn its own insides out with all the fighting and craziness, is it speaks volumes.
Yeah, it does.
From my understanding, there's been a recent invention that they've been implementing to try and keep the peace, which is something you'll have to keep your eyes out for, which are bounded zones. From what I understand, they are designated zones that some recent rich inventor has been able to make a killing off of, and they've been able to essentially lock down entire zones with this magical energy that in some capacity is able to suppress people's weapons. That includes swords of large varieties. So, uh, Roland points to your great sword. Don't expect to be swinging around with that in some of these places, but yeah, we won't be able to really get around and pick fights with our conventional means. Magic, from what I understand, is also suppressed in these zones as well. They haven't gotten them everywhere, but there's quite a lot of ground already covered as we speak, in these bounded zones. So we're gonna have to get a little creative if you end up getting into a scrap there.
Really sounds annoying.
Yep. That aside, I think that we can. That's kind of more or less what we'll have to deal with. Is there any other questions that you guys may have? I know the experts and the locals may know a thing or two. Hopefully we can draw from some expertise on them.
I have nothing specific at the moment.
Mordred would basically be like, Poverty would know better than I would. I may live there, but I'm more of a secluded resident of Brosnov.
The Brosnov.
Poverty, would you like to contribute anything? If you'd like, you can make a knowledge history with advantage.
Yeah, I want to let them know about the tunnels that me and Ophelia would use to transverse the city and
Okay.
try to get away from the Tezu guard.
So
Mordred
that
would
one,
have more.
that one I'll give you. So I'll give you a bit of that. I'll give you a little bit of extra detail if you roll high enough on your history check.
Yeah, Mordred's knowledge would not be very useful.
Mordred, you'd actually know a little bit about the toolbox.
Probably, yeah. Because if there's anything like
Oh wow.
political wise, he'd be more privy to. But that's more, I wouldn't say higher up stuff, but it's definitely not useful for like what we're doing at this moment. Especially not since he's been out of the loop for so long.
That's true.
Political atmosphere has changed drastically, I'm sure.
More or less, yeah. Poverty, go ahead and roll one more time just because it's advantage, but you're definitely gonna get some information.
Because you might get even more information.
Okay, so pretty much the same deal.
Yeah.
So on top of the information you know about the tunnels and stuff, Poverty, you're familiar with one particular area. So each of these designated areas come with usually nobody goes by their actual names anymore. In fact, much to the point that they've been all but forgotten. And they have rather interesting names. Grand Central is the only place that has its name relatively intact. But Poverty, you yourself know that the sewer system and the sewer system and the rather complex underground area that kind of somewhat interconnects a lot of these places. Not quite in the same way as Grand Central connects all the places in one big intersection, but it kind of has these convoluted tunnel system. This system is known as the Guts. And the Guts is actually almost its own separate entity from Brosnov itself. However, it still maintains contact with Brosnov. It's the underbelly of Brosnov if it had another underbelly. However, you do know that the system connects closely with Grand Central, the Toolbox, and another area in particular known as the Old Kingdom. Now you don't really have too much knowledge regarding the Old Kingdom. However, the Old Kingdom, as the name states, it used to be part of the it used to be this like it is a primarily dwarf-filled area, and it's built more eastward into the mountain of the city, or the mountainside of the city. And all you know is that pretty much all of the heavy refinement of raw material gets pushed through there. So ore gets turned into refined steel. You've seen manufacturers like canneries built in there, just like everything gets packaged and built in there, or at least in mass quantities. They're all over the place, but the Old Kingdom itself has like this in droves. And you kind of mentioned this to the party, where it's like, this is the place where the most industry happens, like, of raw material being refined. And you happen to catch word that the Old Kingdom, you happen to know that for the most part, there is a major gang faction that owns most of that area, and they are known as the Kings. The Kings are one of the major gangs. I won't get into too much detail for now, because from what you know is that they're a mostly dwarf-dominant faction of a gang, and they basically own that area. Like most of the gang members there, like most of the gangs there, are just they're dwarves, and they're part of the Kings. Yeah, they're a bunch of old timers that are definitely like, we like the old way. That's pretty much your big take on it.
I see.
Yep. So, you don't really know much on the other guys though, but you do know about the Kings.
That's so.
Raises crit. But yeah. So that's about as much information as you're able to sort of divulge. But yeah, Tessa also mentions like, yeah, it's been interesting. There's a council that's supposed to be keeping this peace, but it seems like anytime they try to lift a finger, somebody just pays them enough gold to weigh it back down on the table. So nobody gets anything done anymore, and the gangs pretty much run the city now.
Take.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Sounds
mess.
awful.
Yep. All this, and now now we have a magic sword that can blow up half the city, and we're carrying it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've had to make sure not to shoot it at the city.
We definitely are. Ideally, we don't have to use this thing.
Hopefully.
Or we should, and just level this place.
Mm.
The world would
Mortarin
be.
just kind of just. Mortarin shifts his glare over now to you, Poverty, for mentioning that. Like, there are better ways to level a city than to destroy it from the ground up.
Or we could just not
Definitely.
level the city in the first place.
The realm would be a better place without this place.
The realm would be a better place with Brosnov actually being a functional city.
Tessa.
Oh boy.
Tessa is just kind of like cuts in. Is like, I would love to see Brosnov be actually the shining city it claims itself to be. You know, when I first came here, it wasn't as much of a frantic hellhole. It definitely wasn't a comfortable place, but, you know, people come to this city for a reason, and that reason is to either make the world a better place or make life a better place. And sometimes they are able to actually figure out how to do both in the same stroke.
Definitely
Yeah.
doesn't sound like the Brosnov I remember growing up.
Oh, what did you know about Brosnov?
More what you just stated about what it used to be like.
Oh,
Actually, a place where you could.
I thought you said you disagreed.
No. Well, I mean, yeah. No, she's not. She's agreeing that, like, yeah, that when she grew up, the Brosnov she knew was more like what she was describing, where it's actually a place where you could make something of yourself. It doesn't sound like that place anymore.
Yeah,
It sounds like
Mortarin agrees with both, yeah, it used to be like that, and also it definitely isn't like that anymore.
What would the Vinton's opinion on Brosnov be? Because that would essentially be Yasha's,
The Vinton have
particularly
mixed.
the northern bound ones.
So your experience with the Vinton regarding Brosnov has been never truly strongly opinionated in both directions, but generally they've regarded Brosnov in good terms. They have always seen Brosnov as a beneficiary in a lot of ways. They're good. Their interactions have always been good. They have made, you know, they have found ways to master. They've found ways to master the world without using magic, and that is their biggest thing that they've liked about it.
that makes sense.
Everything they've
Makes
done
sense.
is never done with magic, or done so where magic is like harnessed, like not used by a wizard, but used by a machine, and they feel more safe having that rather than having someone use it. They like that. So generally, Brosnov to them is seen not really in a we love this place, but they respect it. Um, they know about the wars and conflicts Brosnov has dealt with, and the fact that Brosnov has come out on top is also another symbol of just like these guys are tough motherfuckers. Um, so they know that Brosnov is. These guys are. They're tough people. They are capable of mastering many things without using magic. They are not happy that there's dwarves there, but they respect them. Not the
As
dwarves though.
mentioned before.
Not the
They don't
dwarves, though. That
they
makes
don't like the dwarves. Their way of life is very strange, but also very curious. You don't exactly go and see a city like Brosnov, where you see towering buildings that reach the sky,
Right.
which is what Brosnov have. You don't see like dozens of smokestacks belching clouds of coal just into the sky on a regular basis. These are things. It's a not wonderful, but it's a place of wonder to them. It's weird. It's different, but it's not bad.
Hmm.
So for every bit of like sinister as it seems, Brosnov seems to get things done. And the way Vinton would kind of cut it is, it's not pretty, it's just results.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Oh shit! I
No.
almost forgot. It's
Hmm.
In that case, it would be more like Yasha says nothing to add to the situation or defend it, but he personally has like, oh, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, an interesting visit.
Alright.
Oh.
Before I forget, because we're going to Brosnov, Mordor needs to have the conversation with Lamina Poverty, being like, because fate fucking hates me.
Oh, God.
If we run into my parents, I'm so sorry if they think that either of you are essentially dating me. I am sorry in advance because they will assume it for
Your
sure.
brother already thinks so.
Well, we are Lamin's boyfriends.
God damn it.
And
When
so...
her brother thinks he's already dating, or his brother thinks he's dating.
I think it's with Poverty or Ophelia. I can't remember. Or both. It could
Oh,
be
okay.
both. It could be both.
That
One
All
or
the
the
above.
other, or possibly both. Any
Yeah.
option, really.
Yeah.
the
So yeah.
unfortunately now Lamine wants to see that now just because she thinks it'd be hilarious.
Do you tell
Which,
Mordor that, or are you just like in your head, just be like, I want to see.
I
What
mean, she's
fuck-
thinking that, but Mordred probably wouldn't be too surprised about. She's not really being subtle about it. Like, she thinks it'd be fucking
It's
fun.
like, ho, ho, ho.
But it's not surprising because she's pulling out the boyfriend things because she
Yeah.
thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah. What is Poverty's reaction
So she's
to
like,
that?
oh, I
Be
want
like,
to. Actually, you know what? No, she probably would just be like, oh no, I want to meet them now. I want to see this.
Oh, I
I
gotta
want
see
to meet
this.
them.
yeah,
I need to
okay.
see
Mordor
this.
just like, okay, nope. Family
I wanna see
meeting
who's-
is off of the list of the things we're
I
gonna
want to
draw.
see who you're dating.
All right.
What would Poverty's reaction be to that? Being like, if we meet my family, they might think that I'm dating you.
Wouldn't be the first time. A lot of people think they're dating me.
Mordor just looks at Poverty, just kind of like,
Eh?
that, huh? I have
That makes-
questions, but I'm not sure if I want the answers to them.
Oh, God.
You know, sometimes you just need some coin, and drunk men at taverns have the deepest pockets. So
That is terrible. That situation even arise.
Mordor is not surprised, but is also just like,
well, they don't get to do
"Ah."
anything.
I really
But-
hope not.
They wake up confused, and I have their coin.
I can't thank you.
Well, with that, I
Yep.
think that's for the most part most of the briefing.
Yep.
The ship comes closer and closer to the sea walls, and you see a rather interesting looking ship. One that's smaller than you, but packed with a rather nasty looking gun. Kind of drift over to the side of your ship, and you see it's a crewman wave flags over at your ship, to which another crewman on your ship basically waves flags back, and you see them they're directing the ship over to one of the side port of the seawall. And as the ship approaches to the seawall, you see a very interesting setup of metal and stone, combined together to make what essentially looks like locks, essentially like a sea locks. However, rather than having it be like a sea lock to move you from like a lower position to a higher position of a body of water, these are locks to have you like line up and put you against, like, basically it's almost like parking a boat, like, for lack of a better term. So the ship is guided onto the side of this wall, and you see several other of these strange metallic looking boats that are fairly small come up to the side of the boat, and as it approaches near the ship, they're tugboats. They start pushing the boat sideways so that it just like drifts parallel to this little like open segment of a wall. And
I'm gonna be like, Roland, what the hell are those things?
I'm just rolling, just like Brosnov Navy. They when they're not out fighting and destroying pirates, they're conducting traffic with trade ships and passenger ships. They're making sure that we're going where we're supposed to go. You know, the ports in this city are, they run round the clock, so they have to make sure that there's no stray ship in the way or there's no part of the port that's full or empty, so they're there to make sure everything moves smoothly, including our ship. And
Get a Brosnov Suez Canal situation.
pretty much, except
Just
rather
one-
than it's like a Suez. Oh my God,
The fucking freighter gets jammed.
Yeah, a giant tanker just like crams up and just like covers the entire port.
What a
Brosnov
nightmare.
was shut down for 3 weeks. The economy around the realm collapsed.
Oh God.
Wow, this is really reflective of real life, boss. Bravo.
Ooh.
That would be really disruptive, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is a city of industry and trade, and other parts of the realm live off of this.
I just realized I could technically do that with the Tails game.
Just like with Suez Canal, it's like that when that shit got blocked off, everyone was, for good reason, screaming.
Yep.
Yeah.
So much money lost.
Because there's in Tails, there's technically there's basically the main port. Not a main port, but a port where basically Engave would use. And it technically the only way to get through it is through a canal. So I could, if I really want to fuck things up, just have a ship blocking that thing. Oh, that'd be
Lovely.
great.
I'm here to invest in Brosnov coin.
Oh
Heard of this new
no.
crypto?
No crypto. Not in this realm. Not in the realm. In any case, so coming back, the ship pulls in. You see crewmen on the side of the wall approach, and they toss big, massive ropes they launch it from these like, they almost look like cannons launching it, but it's like basically they launch these ropes and they fire it, and it goes over the ship and lands gently onto the ship's fore and aft. It basically it almost like covers it, and then the other end of the opposite end, the tugboats where they sit, catch those ends of the rope, and you see a metal slab close up, almost locking up the ship into place, and the tugboats kind of push up against this metal slab that is now basically you're in this like square that's got like on the front, back, and one side of it is just stone, and then on the left side is the slab that just popped out of the water. As it does so, you hear some mechanical like whirring and clunking, and the ropes begin to sort of tighten a little bit on the ship, and then suddenly it just begins to lift up against the seawall. And it is quite literally being scooped out of the water by these ropes.
Oh, okay. Dang, alright.
Yep. And once you reach the top end of the seawall, there's a little like dock area, and from there's like a docking area, and from there's some officials that pretty much just like flag you guys down, or they flag you down. They tell you to step off the ship, and you see the first sights of the city from atop the walls of the outer wall of Brosnov. And it is an interesting color of brass and orange and yellow and black. There's just all colors of just brown is just in here. Silver, gold, just every color of metal can be almost like painted into this picture of the city. Um, the clouds above are just a charcoal black with towers that poke out, that puncture through it like needles. You see gray and silver like buildings lining the area. The insides of the walls are a copper brown with a green tint. And the
Oh, I
light
didn't
that
know we were in KO territory.
yeah, it is. Yeah, pretty much. And there's just whatever sunlight is able to penetrate through the charcoal clouds, just emits this golden orange color. You are now at the outer ring of Brosnov, and a Brosnov official welcomes you guys, and Tessa's just like, they're with me, and after that, your stuff is offloaded, including Roland and the cart and the boys, now packing guns.
With rifles.
Yep.
They got their
Look-
needle rifles, and
My boys. Look at my
Yep.
boyfriends. They looking so fly.
yep. After a brief interaction between Tessa and this official, everything is cleared out, and the
Make
you
sure to
are
go to the.
yep. There is the ship behind you begins to descend back down the seawall, and Tessa pretty much just climbs onto the carriage and says, "All right, let's get going." And then Roland and Tessa pretty much are directed off the seawall and into Grand Central, and that is where I'm gonna leave it.
Right.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Because that was a
I-
long freaking session. But yeah,
It
anyways,
was.
you
It was
did
an
it!
exciting session.
Yep,
It
you
was.
did it. Welcome
We're
to
out.
Brosnov, guys.
We made
We're in
it.
Brosnov.
Hooray!
Go Zeus.
Yep, welcome
Also,
to Brosnov.
also just
not-
a little sneak peter. I almost forgot.
Mm.
At some point, Mordred will do his damnedest to try to talk to to Tessa, mostly so he could talk about, do you know this strand of hair? Just
Oh,
you know, chance
I found this hair in my pocket.
on this hair in my pocket.
well, that will all be resolved in due time next week,
Yeah.
probably.
Congratulations,
Probably.
Gordon. Now you have now made Lamine want to meet the parents.
Yep, you've done it.
I will leave that up to DM for that.
Well, there will likely be some downtime between here and there.
Oh, Mordred will not visit his parents. Oh, hell no.
Awesome. Then I guess I, as the DM, shall take it upon myself to make a random encounter.
Great. They will not. They was to say they won't. You don't visit them. They come to visit you.
Yep.
They
He would scream.
Don't let Brother
Lord.
Dearest know of your arrival, because let me tell you, he might say something.
Oh,
I see a dozen things.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, God.
What's it? You're about some group called the
It's not
Boyfriends.
that Mordred doesn't really miss his parents. It's just like he's on a mission and he doesn't want them involved.
Well, in any case, we can continue chatting here, but I'm gonna conclude stream for now. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for watching, guys, and if you've been checking out the VOD afterwards, and thanks for checking that out. Have a good night, guys. See ya. I'm gonna go host Blue for this, because, that's my go-to.
Good host.
Hey.
Yep. Alright. Night, guys.
Night. Sleeps.